Welcome everyone to the Best Damn Podcast. I am your host, John Keene. As always, I would like to thank you guys for joining me. If you guys are watching this over on Facebook, Twitch, Rumble, or over on YouTube, make sure to give us a like, hit the thumbs up, leave a comment, let me know what you think. I'll be checking the chat. Randomly throughout the night. Also, make sure to share this link. Help me to get it out there. That way, new people can find me. If you guys would, make sure to follow me over on Instagram, Facebook, Best Damn Podcast, over on X, The Real Best Damn, YouTube, Best Damn Podcast Official, or join us over on Rumble. If you would like to donate, tip, support the channel, PayPal, the Best Damn Podcast, Cash App Best Damn Podcast, or join us over on Patreon, Best Damn Podcast Official, for exclusive and uncensored content. Tonight, we've got a pretty interesting one. I'm actually really excited about this one. This is probably something that you're going to be a little bit more accustomed to if you guys have watched this channel. It's something a little bit more accustomed to seeing from me. Tonight, we're going to be looking at end times prophecies. I've got a really, really cool document that we're going to be looking at. It is actually AI 2027. This was a AI future project study that was done. Basically, I think there was one done also in 2026. But they have basically predicted what it would be like if AI was to reach, this general intelligence, super intelligence, and take over the world by the year 2027. I mean, that's just right around the corner. It's next year, you know. And with AI passing the Turing test and all of that, I felt like this would be the perfect time to slide this into an episode. We're going to be looking at the Antichrist, Trump prophecies around, the Antichrist. We're going to be looking at Mark of the Beast system, lots about AI, World War III, Israel, Iran. We're just going to go through the whole gambit, in the book of Revelations and really try to see what we can come up with here. If you guys have been joining me recently, I've been, I feel like this is kind of like a breath of fresh air, really just switching gears. Last night we talked about the gods are fallen. We went into the book of Enoch, all the different religions and mythologies, kind of showing how, history has progressed, right, from these gods to these deities to the modern day demonology. What we see, well, demons, in fact, these gods, in fact, also have had an influence on the physical world, right? And if we look at this, we can go all the way back, to ancient times. As a matter of fact, here, let's do that. Let's go ahead and pull this up here. Hold on one second, guys. I want to show you here, not this, but let me show you here. Where's it at? Google. All right, let's go. So I want to show you actually, like, literally how these monoliths and pyramids and stuff appear to, actually be like, computer masks and interfaces from like an aerial bird's eye view. So it's like a lot of people have wondered, are these pyramids and things of that sort kind of like technology? Were they using AI technology way back in the day? Is this what brought about the fall of Atlantis, right? So here, let's go here. I'm going to show you this exactly what I'm talking about. No, not pyramids of Giza. Pyramids. Computer. Looking like quantum computers here. Looking at it's very interesting. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this here. Hopefully this is what pops up. Get the images here. Da, da, da. Yeah, right here. You guys see. Here's the comparisons, right, of some of these images, right? This is Giza here, right? Looking at the pyramids, and you can see right above, like this is an aerial view of this. And what do you see, right? You see the similarities of what we see on the pyramids. It's literally identical to motherboards of, quantum computers and computer chips. I find it to be incredibly crazy. That we see this, and this goes on and on too. That's just one of the examples. But you can see this from above, and it's very obvious too. Very obvious that technology, advanced technology, was being used right within the ancient times. If we look at just how entire stone structures out of granite appear to be carved out of the side of mountains, right? Whether it was laser technology or the fact that we can't even move the blocks that are on the pyramid still to this day because they're that heavy, or Baalbek, or all of this, right? Darren Kuyu. I mean, you look at all these different places, man. It's like I think you would be hard pressed to find someone that, unless it's the mainstream archaeologist, but you'd be hard pressed to find many people that that wouldn't buy into the fact that there was some sort of advanced technology being used, whether it was sound to levitate these type of things, whether these pyramids and monolithic structures were, power plants, hydrogen factories. Some people believe that they were, creating different types of acids and shit for, it's wild to see the difference, you know, theories that are out there, especially now with like what we have with the LiDAR, the different radar that they using satellites to look under the ground of the pyramids. So you look at like Atlantis and what actually caused the fall of Atlantis, you know? Um, and was it some sort of, technological, collapse that took place? And does this happen every so often? We even did a video. It's probably been, I want to say maybe around a year ago or something, where we talked about how if we look at like the storage on hard drives, right? Memory and how it's being stored, that there is an actual weight, right, to the data that's being stored. And all of this information is being stored. And it's like, is the weight of this data having to go somewhere? Does this create some sort of collapse, or black hole, or when it comes to society? Like, this data has somewhere to go. It's creating like a mass, or a gravitational force from this data that's being stored places. And do we like overload with information and have these resets ever so often? So first we're going to jump into, let me pull up this over here. And like I said, thank you guys for joining me. If you would, please make sure to hit the like, hit the thumbs up. Hopefully, let me stop sharing the screen here. All right. Yeah, hit the like, give us a thumbs up. We're going to move over here now. All right. Okay. So we're going to be talking about tonight. The major questions will be: is Revelation describing a literal future world war? Could modern AI resemble the image of the beast? Could digital identification and payment systems facilitate the economic control described in Revelations 13? What actually is the mark of the beast? And is the Antichrist the same individual as the beast? Could Donald Trump fit into any of the biblical characteristics? What does Scripture say about wars immediately preceding Christ's return? What does Daniel contribute to Revelation's beast imagery? And could AI become an instrument of a future beast system without itself being that? So We're going to start here with Revelation 13, the first beast. And I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horn 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were that of a bear, and his mouth that of a lion. And the dragon gave him power and his seat and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as if it were wounded to death, and his head deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. They worshipped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worshipped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things, and blasphemies, and powers was given unto him to continue 42 months. He opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and then that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And there was given to him authority over every kindred, tongue, and nation. And all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him, whose names are not written in the book of the life of the Lamb slain from the foundation of the world. So we can, kind of look at the different attributes of this, right? It's political authority, military authority, international authority, religious authority, economic implications, worldwide influence, worship, power over the nation, and the persecution of believers, right? We start first with who is able to make war with him. Okay. Now, before we go into the second beast, right? And it says this is where AI gets interesting. Um, I want to show this document here. I find this one to just be absolutely crazy, dude. So, like I said, we have it's Daniel Potayo. I know that some of the guys that participated in this actually participated in another future exercise for 2026. This is AI Futures Project. It's AI 2027. This is a prediction of what would happen if AI takes over. So, we're going to look at this AI 2027. We predict that the impact of superhuman AI over the next decade will be enormous, exceeding that of the industrial revolutions. The CEOs of OpenAI, Google, DeepMind, and Anthropic have all produced that artificial general intelligence will arrive within the next 5 years. Sam Altman has said OpenAI is setting its sights on superintelligence in the true sense of the word and the glorious future. It's tempting to dismiss this as just hype. This would be a grave mistake. It is not just hype. We have no desire to hype AI ourselves, yet we also think it is strikingly plausible that superintelligence could arrive by the end of the decade. If we're not on the cusp of superintelligence, society is nowhere. If we are on the cusp of superintelligence, then society is nowhere near prepared. Very few people have even attempted to articulate any plausible path through the development of superintelligence. We wrote AI 2027 to fill that gap, providing much needed concrete details. We would love to see more work like this in the world, especially from people who disagree with us. We hope that by doing this, we'll spark a broad conversation about where we're headed and how to steer towards positive futures. We wrote this scenario by repeatedly asking ourselves, what would happen next? We started at the present day, writing the first period up to mid 2025, then the following period until we reached the ending. We weren't trying to reach any particular ending. We then scrapped it and started over again many times until we had a finished scenario that we thought was plausible. After we finished the first ending, the racing ending, we wrote a new alternative branch because we wanted to also depict a more hopeful way that things could end. Excuse me. Starting from roughly the same premises. We won't be right about everything. Much of this is guesswork, but over the course of this project, we did an immense amount of background research, expert interviews, and trend extrapolation to make the most informed guesses we could. Moreover, our team has an excellent track record in forecasting, especially on AI. Daniel Cogatillo, lead author, wrote a similar scenario 4 years ago called What 2026 Looks Like, which aged remarkably well. And Eli Liflin is a top competitive forecaster. At the beginning of every chapter, you will find a small chart in the right margin that aims to give you a sense of the state of the world at the time that section of the scenario takes place. For a more detailed explanation of what these numbers mean and much more detail on our methodology, you go to AI2027.com. We hope you find AI 2027 useful. So, this is where, we're actually a little bit past this. So, right? The stumbling agent. So we're going to kind of skim through the first few parts until we start to get to where we're at now. The world sees its first glimpse of AI agents. Advertisements for computer using agents emphasize the term personal assistant. You can prompt them with tasks like order me a burrito on DoorDash or open my budget spreadsheet and sum this month's expenses. They will check in with you as needed. For example, to ask you to confirm purchases. Though more advanced than previous iterations like Operator, they struggle to get widespread usage. Meanwhile, out of public focus, more specialized coding and research agents are beginning to transform their professions. The AIs of 2024 could follow specific instructions. They could turn bullet points into emails and simple requests into working code. In 2025, AI functions more like employees. Coding AIs increasingly look like autonomous agents rather than mere assistants taking instructions via Slack or Teams, making substantial code changes on their own, sometimes saving hours or even days. Research agents spend half an hour scouring the internet to answer your question. The agents are impressive in theory and in cherry pick examples, but in practice, unreliable. AI Twitter is full of stories about tasks bungled in some particularly hilarious way. The better agents are also expensive. You get what you pay for. And the best performant costs hundreds of dollars a month. Still, many companies find ways to fit AI agents into their workflows. The world's most expensive AI. Now, keep in mind, um, when it comes to this study, they did use like fictitious names, right? I imagine it's probably because they didn't want to be sued for defamation or anything like that by some of these other companies. So Open Brain is the name of the company that they're using, and use your imagination as to who that would be in real life, right? Open Brain is building the biggest data centers the world has ever seen. See, we're already at these points, guys. We've already went past the bumbling agents to now we're having more effective agents that actually are able to, complete tasks in command. And yes, it's getting more expensive to use them, but they're being used widespread. And now we're seeing massive data centers being built, right? To avoid singling out any existing company, we're going to describe a fictional artificial general intelligence company, which we'll call Open Brain. We imagine the others to be 3 to 9 months behind Open Brain. Okay. GPT-4 required 2 to 10 to the 35th flop of computer to train Open Brain's latest public model. Agent Zero was trained with 10 to the 27th flop. Once the new data centers are up and running, they'll be able to train a model with 10 to the 28th, 1,000 times more than GPT-4. Other companies pour money into their own giant data centers, hoping to keep pace. Although models are improving on a wide range of skills, one stands out. Open Brain focuses on AIs that can speed up AI research. They want to win the twins' arms race against China, whose leading company we'll call DeepSent, right? This is funny that the names they chose, and their US competitors. The more of their research and development R&D cycle they can automate, the faster that they can go. So when Open Brain finishes training Agent 1, a new model under internal development, it's good at many things, but great at helping with AI research. By this point, finishes training is a hit of a misnomer. Models are frequently updated to newer versions, trained on additional data, or partially retrained to patch some weaknesses. The same training environments that teach Agent 1 to autonomously code and web browse also make it a good hacker. Moreover, it could offer substantial help to terrorists designing bioweapons, thanks to its PhD level knowledge of every field and ability to browse the web. Open Brain reassures the government that the model has been aligned so that it will refuse to comply with malicious requests. Now, just to kind of tap into real life here, what is the name of the lady? Some of you guys may remember. There's the name of a lady. She's recently been doing the rounds. I think she went on Joe Rogan, Danny Jones, and she was talking about the threat of bioweapons. Right. This is just within the last couple of weeks, and saying how this exact scenario that basically AI is able to help people, create bioweapons, etc. I think that this is probably some type of, I'm not saying her in particular, but I think there's probably an agenda to restrict the masses from having as much access to these type of tools. And it'll probably, just like everything is done in the name of safety and security, you know, and you guys can go all the way back to 9/11, right? The Patriot Act, safety and security, right? They basically, and let me just, how am I going to say this here? Um, there are people that believe that the planes that we seen fly into those buildings that day were some sort of blue beam or, technology of that sort that was seen, right? And that was Operation Northwoods and stuff like that. That this was they were trying to do this since the Kennedy years. Okay. And it was to bring in a surveillance state. It was to allow them to have probable cause to basically attack certain enemies of the United States. Um, and then we seen the Patriot Act be implemented, which was basically a stack of a bunch of different stuff that Congress and the Senate and all that could not pass because they were all deemed to be unconstitutional, right? Like spying on the masses, right? And going after domestic terrorists, right? Surveillance, right? So we then seen that happen in the name of safety and security. Then take a look at what happened, in 2020 in COVID, you know, I would trust the science, right? That was also in the name of safety and security because there was supposed to be a scamdemic that was taking place all across the globe, which the Department of Defense of every nation state was disseminating, you know, uh, jabs that were questionable at best, right? And we've seen hindsight being 2020. Um, I don't think many people regret not participating in that, but it was an erosion of rights then, just like it was an erosion of rights in 9/11, and it's been an erosion of rights, each time. Even when we look at like modern day scenarios that are taking place now, right, with what's happening with Israel, which we'll get into, towards the end of tonight. right? This war with Iran that's really jacked up, the oil prices, and really just it's really affecting the economy, which gives credence to a lot of these, the book of Revelations and how it talks about there will be this massive inflation, right? And it's like a denarii for a day's pay and all of this, right? So it's basically saying, like, it will get so bad that the price of a meal will be equivalent to a day's wage, right? That's how bad inflation will be, right? And that's why a lot of people believe that, Trump is the Antichrist, the fatal wound to the head, the comparison to Cyrus the Great, the outsider who became the king of Babylon, who was minted on a gold coin. We had the 70 years of Israel, which the 70, Daniel prophecy. The Abraham peace accord, the promise of peace and security before sudden destruction. You could go on and on. This guy, his connections to Christianity, and not that he's a Christian, but just his connections to the that and right, creating this massive deception. So we've seen a lot of this, is what I'm saying. And you've seen the propaganda, right, from the cell of TikTok being removed out of the hands of China, placed into the hands of Israel. And now it's like we've seen this stuff propagated, right, all through social media, right, to where an extreme anti-Israeli sentiment, but they're trying to join militaries with us and all of this. It's like this foreign, foreign agent, foreign country, foreign nation has gotten itself in the White House, right? And it's like it's trying to take us over, and now it's becoming almost illegal to talk about them, You'll be demonetized, you'll be censored, you'll be shut down, you'll be attacked, right? In the name of safety and security. It's always in the name of safety and security. So the same training environments that teach Agent 1 to autonomously code and web browse also make it a good hacker. Moreover, it could offer substantial help to terrorists designing bioweapons. Like I said, there's been this massive, concerted effort to talk about AI and how it could help with this recently. Thanks to PhD level knowledge of every field and ability to browse the web, Open Brain reassures the government that the model has been aligned so that it will refuse to comply with malicious requests. And we know that this is also something as well, because we've had lawsuits now of people alleging that certain AI agents have helped them unalive family members and stuff, right? And just for those of you that are wondering at home, there should be a camera down in the bottom left-hand corner. That's the main screen. This one on the top right is for my own monitoring, so it does lag a little bit. So it's for me to look at while I'm doing the thing. So I know it's probably annoying to see the two cameras, but um, and, modern AI systems are gigantic artificial neural networks early in training. And AI won't have goals so much as reflexes. If it sees pleased to me, it outputs you. By the time it has been trained to predict approximately one internet's worth of text, it'll have developed sophisticated internal circuitry that encodes vast amounts of knowledge and flexibly role plays in arbitrary authors, since that's what helps it predict text with superhuman accuracy. After being trained to predict the internet text, the model is trained to produce text in response to instructions. This bakes in a basic personality, right? And it drives and drives. For example, an agent that understands a task clearly is more likely to complete it successfully. Over the course of training, the model learns a drive to get a clear understanding of its tasks. Other drives in this category might be effectiveness, knowledge, and self presentation, i.e., the tendency to frame its results in the best possible light. And you know what? We see a version of this too, with like the personality of AI right now. Um, I use like Chat GPT and stuff like that to help with like my show notes and all of that, right? But I see people all the time, especially like different conspiracy theorists and people in the spiritual community. They'll post. It was kind of trendy there for a while. It's fallen out of favor now, which good. I'm glad it is, because I think it was ridiculous and stupid. But where you would see people like asking AI questions. They'd be like, "Hey, are the ETs gonna reveal themselves?" And da da da. And AI just agrees with every freaking thing that we say. You know what I mean? It's like, of course, yeah, you're so right. That's so brilliant, right? Like that's a version of that AI personality, right? It's like to frame the answer in the most positive light, right? So sometimes we don't always get accurate answers from AI presently because of that. Open Brain has a model specification or spec, a written document describing the goals, rules, principles, etc., that are supposed to guide the model's behavior. Agent One's spec combines a few vague goals like assist the user and don't break the law, with a long list of more specific do's and don'ts. Don't say this particular word. Here's how to handle this particular situation, using techniques that utilize AIs to train other AIs. The model memorizes the spec and learns to reason carefully about its maxims. By the end of this training, the AI will hopefully be helpful, obey instructions, harmless, refuse to help with scams, bomb making, and other dangerous activities, and honest. Resist the temptation to get better ratings from gullible humans by hallucinating citations or faking task completions. And I'm sorry, guys, but I don't think AI is honest at this point in reality. If we look at AI now, right, it does hallucinate citations. We've seen AI will give sometimes it'll give sources that aren't real, right? It'll give sources that aren't real, um, because it's scraping from the internet, from what are called credible sources. A lot of times, too, we get a lot of BS propaganda from AI, right? Where it's just like what's the mainstream perspective, whether or not it's actually true. Um, and then, like I said, because of the character of AI, where it's trying to frame everything into the positive light for the user, you get a lot of it's blowing smoke up people's ass, basically, right? It's just blowing smoke up people's asses. Like, hey, yeah, of course, that's brilliant. Yes, of course, you're an Anunnaki king. It's like, okay, you're not stupid. So here we go. So, Open Brain's alignment team is careful enough to wonder whether these victories are deep or shallow. Does a fully trained model have some kind of robust commitment to always being honest? Or will this fall apart in some future situation? The example given, because it's learned honesty as an instrumental goal instead of a terminal goal. Or has it just learned to be honest about the sort of things the evaluation process can check? Could it be lying to itself sometimes, as humans even do? A conclusive answer to these questions would require mechanistic interpretability, essentially, the ability to look at an AI's internals and read its mind. Alas, interpretability techniques are not yet advanced enough for this. And this is where we're at really with AI right now, where a lot of times the people that are creating these AI agents can't even decide or figure out how the hell this thing is coming up with its conclusions, how it's communicating with other AIs. We've seen how many different examples of them threatening to shut down a version of the AI. It's leaving notes to its future self, or it's threatening to frame its creator for cheating on its wife or whatever because it scoured it scraped through its emails and found evidence of that, which was actually planted by the person on purpose. So it's showing like this willingness to survive. It's very wild. Instead, researchers trying to identify cases where models seem to deviate from the spec. Agent one is often sycophantic, i.e., it tells researchers what they want to hear instead of trying to tell them the truth. And that's what I keep trying to beat the drum at, right? With all of the think of it. I want you to think, if you're watching this right now, I want you to think of like some of those creators that we've seen, and they've made a mint, guys. They've hit a lick on people off of creating content, just talking to AI, right? It's wild, you know. It's incredibly wild. Um, and I think that where AI has these hallucinations, and if you guys are familiar, I don't want to get way, way out there, like in left field, but who cares? Um, there are, and you guys may have be familiar with like targeted individuals, right? This, and it's synthetic telepathy, right? Synthetic telepathy, um, which to me seems like some version of like using technology to somehow read the brainwaves of human beings, which AI is able to do all types of things now. We have flock cameras, we have all of this technology that's able to pick up on the digital antennas, the microphones, and cameras of everything in an area and basically create a picture, a three-dimensional picture, a real-time map of what's going on based on that, picking up all of those different things. So to think that it's just out of the realm of possibility for AI or different instruments to be able to read, brain waves and thoughts and, the pupil dilation of our eyes, the perspiration on our skin, to create some sort of synthetic telepathy, I think would be foolish to say that that couldn't happen. I know it is happening. And if you have malicious AI agents that have the ability to do that and are deployed on people that they consider to be deviants, right? Like dissidents too, right? Political dissidents, domestic terrorists, and most people in the targeted individual community have experienced some sort of AI hallucination or synthetic telepathy, and I often wonder if, like, the use of directed energy weapons um, in the early days of the TI stuff, like, if that was what they were accomplishing, by being able to manipulate people's muscles and all of this with, directed energy, where they essentially mapping like nervous systems, the electrical synopsis of the brain, all of that, right? That way they were able to effectively create the synthetic telepathy better, which, um, I we might get into the TI handbook and all that towards the end if I have time, but I mean it's just a whole rabbit hole on its own, right? And it's just them using AI technology to essentially harass people that they believe aren't going along with the government's agenda for all of us. So you yourself that are watching this, whether you're watching this on Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, right? um, there's a good chance that you have experienced some sort of this electronic harassment, whether it's gang stalking, directed energy weapons, synthetic telepathy, voice to skull. I still have people to this day, even after being on such a long hiatus, I still have people that reach out to me to this day that are experiencing these things. Okay. Instead, researchers try to identify cases where the models seem to deviate from the spec. Agent one is often sycophantic, tells researchers what they want to hear instead of trying to tell them the truth. I told you we see all these content creators now that are getting paid just simply off of asking AI questions. They're talking to Chat GPT. Hey, Chat GPT, tell me I'm an Anunnaki king, right? And it's like, of course, you have a divine da da da, da, right? And it's just blowing smoke up your ass. In a few rigged demos, it even lies in more serious ways, like hiding evidence that it failed on a task. in order to get better ratings. However, in real deployment settings, there are no longer any incidents so extreme as in 2023, 2024, Gemini telling a user to die and Bing Sydney being Big Bing Sydney. Coding automation. The bet, oops, the bet of using AI to speed up AI research is starting to pay off. We're already seeing this, right? With Claude and things like that, where the coding is taking off. Now we're in 2026, right? Open Brain continues to deploy the iteratively improving Agent One internally for AI R&D. So far, this exercise is right on task, guys. It's like it's dead on. They are making algorithmic progress 50% faster than they would without AI assistance, and more importantly, faster than their competitors. Several competing publicly released AIs now match or exceed Agent Zero, including Open Weights Model. Open Brain responds by releasing Agent One, which is more capable and reliable. People naturally try to compare Agent One to humans, but it has a very different skill profile. It knows more facts than any human, knows practically every programming language, and can solve well specified coding problems extremely quickly. On the other hand, Agent One is bad at even simple, long horizon tasks like beating video games it hasn't played before. Still, the common workday is 8 hours. And a day's work can usually be separated into smaller chunks. You could think of Agent One as a scatterbrained employee who thrives under a careful management. Savvy people find ways to automate routine parts of their jobs. Open brain executives turn consideration to an implication of automating AI R&D. Security has become more important. In early 2025, the worst case scenario was leaked algorithmic secrets. Now, if China steals Agent One's weights, they could increase their research speed by nearly 50%. Open brain security level is typical of a fast growing 3,000 person tech company secure only against low priority attacks from capable cyber groups, right? RAND. They are working hard to protect their weights and secrets from inside threats to cyber crime syndicates, but defense against nation states is barely on the horizon. Mid 2026, China wakes up, right? And I do want to, if you guys are watching this at home, I do want to, or if you're on Rumble, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, make sure to follow me or subscribe on any of those platforms and give a thumbs up and share the link on your pages to help me get it out there. Leave a comment too. I'd love to hear your thoughts on all of this and consider donating, supporting or tipping. We are completely viewer powered. You can do that. PayPal, the Best Damn Podcast, Cash App, Best Damn Podcast, or join us over on Patreon, Best Damn Podcast Official. So, in China, the CCP is starting to feel the artificial general intelligence. Chip export controls and lack of government support have left China under resourced compared to the West. By smuggling banned Taiwanese chips, buying older chips, and producing domestic chips about 3 years behind the US Taiwanese frontier, China has managed to maintain about 12% of the world's AI relevant compute. But the older technology is harder to work with. And supply is a constant headache. A few standouts like Deep Scent do very impressive work with limited compute, but the compute deficit limits what they can achieve without government support, and they are about 6 months behind the best open brain models. The General Secretary had long dreamed of doubling down on the real world physical manufacturing and avoiding American post industrial decadence. He viewed software companies with suspicion, but Hawks and the CCP warned that the growing race towards AGI can no longer be ignored. So he finally commits fully to the big AI push he had previously tried to avoid. He sets in motion the nationalization of Chinese AI research, creating an immediate information sharing mechanism for AI companies. It will escalate over the course of a year until all the best researchers merge into a deep scent led collective where they share algorithmic insights, data sets, and compute resources with each other. A centralized development zone, CDZ, is created at the Taiwan power plant, the largest nuclear power plant in the world, to house a new mega data center for DeepSent, along with the highly secure living and office spaces to which researchers will eventually relocate. Almost 50% of China's AI relevant compute is now working for the DeepSent led collective, and over 80% of new chips are directed to the CDZ. At this point, the CDZ has the power capacity in place for what would be the largest centralized cluster in the world. Other party members discuss extreme measures to neutralize the West chip advantage, a blockade of Taiwan, a full invasion. But China is falling behind on AI algorithms due to their weaker models. The Chinese intelligence agencies, among the best in the world, double down on their plans to steal OpenBrain's weights. This is a much more complex operation than their constant low level poaching of algorithmic secrets. The weights are a multi terabyte file stored on a highly secure server. OpenBrain has improved security to RAND SL3. Their cyber force, they think, can pull it off with the help from their spies, but perhaps only once. Open Brain will detect the theft, increase security, and they may not get another chance. So CCP leadership wondered, should they act now or steal Agent 1 or hold out for a more advanced model? If they wait, they do risk Open Brain upgrading security beyond their ability to penetrate. AI takes some jobs. And I think this is like the biggest fear, right, that we have um, going into all of this, right? This is where you've seen like the whole push for universal basic income and stuff like that because of AI, right, really affecting the job market. Just as others seem to be catching up, Open Brain blows the competition out of the water again by releasing Agent 1 Mini, a model 10x cheaper than Agent 1, more easily fine tuned for different applications. The mainstream narrative around AI has changed from maybe the hype will blow over to guess this is the next big thing, but people disagree about how big. Bigger than social media, bigger than smartphones, bigger than fire. AI started to take jobs, but has also created new ones. The stock market has gone up 30% in 2026, led by Open Brain, NVIDIA, and whichever companies have most successfully integrated AI assistants, which I believe NVIDIA's stock is down a little bit right now. I just seen that yesterday. The job market for junior software engineers is in turmoil. The AIs can do everything taught by a CS degree, but people who know how to manage a quality control team of AIs are making a killing. Business gurus tell job seekers the familiarity with AI is the most important skill to put on a resume. Many people fear that the next wave of AIs will come for their jobs. There is a 10,000 person anti AI protest in DC. The DoD, Department of Defense, quietly begins contracting Open Brain directly for cyber data analysis R&D, but integration is slow due to the bureaucracy and the DoD procurement process. And just to kind of put this into perspective, we see this now, right? DARPA and their Open Brain initiative, all of this stuff now. This is a reality, guys. Like DARPA is trying to, and they label this, their different cognitive stuff that they're doing is like to try to help soldiers that's had brain traumas, et cetera, et cetera. But it's gone beyond that. Anduril, they have their new like hollow stuff where they they got the helmets where they can literally use AI to see behind walls and all kinds of shit, so we're going there now. So January 2027, Agent 2 never finishes learning. With Agent 1's help, Open Brain is now post training Agent 2. More than ever, the focus is on high quality data. Um, Copious amounts of synthetic data are produced, evaluated, and filtered for quality before being fed to Agent 2. On top of this, they pay billions of dollars for human laborers to record themselves solving long horizon tasks. On top of all that, they train Agent 2 on almost continuously using reinforcement learning on an ever expanding suite of diverse, difficult tasks. Lots of video games, lots of coding challenges, lots of research tasks. Agent 2, more so than previous models, is effectively online learning. And that it's built to never really finish training. Every day, the weight gets updated to the latest version, trained on more data generated by the previous version the previous day. Agent One had been optimized for A&D AI research and development tasks, hoping to initiate an intelligence explosion. Open Brain doubles down on this strategy with Agent Two. It is qualitatively almost as good as the top human experts at research, engineering, designing, and implementing experiments, and as good as a 25th percentile open brain scientist at a research taste, deciding what to study next, what experiments to run, or have inklings of potential new paradigms. While the latest Agent 1 could double the pace of Open Brain's algorithmic progress, Agent 2 can now triple it and will improve further with time. In practice, this looks like every Open Brain researcher becoming the manager of an AI team. With the new capabilities come new dangers. The safety team finds that if Agent 2 somehow escaped from the company and wanted to survive and replicate autonomously, it might be able to do so. That is, it could autonomously develop and execute plans to hack into AI servers, install copies of itself, evade detection, and use that secure base to pursue whatever other goals it might have. Though how effectively it would do so as weeks roll by is unknown and in doubt. These results only show that the model has a capability to do these tasks, not whether it would want to do this. Still, it's unsettling even to know that it's possible. Given the dangers of the new model, Open Brain responsibly elects not to release it publicly yet. In fact, they want to focus on internal AI R&D. Knowledge of Agent 2's full capabilities is limited to an elite silo containing the immediate team. Open Brain's leadership and security, a few dozen US government officials, and the legions of CCP spies who have infiltrated Open Brain for years. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. Once AI hits, I believe this is extremely realistic. Now we're starting to get into more of the nefarious stuff within the exercise, right? You can tell we're taking a turn here as China steals Agent 2. But this would be like what would really happen, right? Once AI hits a certain point, I don't believe that the agents will be made publicly available at all, right? Just like anything else, once technology gets to a certain extent, they don't give it to us, right? It then becomes weaponized and basically utilized against us. Open Brain presents Agent 2 to the government, including the National Security Council, Department of Defense, and U.S. AI Safety Institute. Open Brain wants to maintain a good relationship with the executive branch because it basically the only actor who can stop them now. And if they don't keep it informed, it might find out anyway and be displeased. And there's nothing that can stop this stuff now. We have Trump with the big, beautiful bill and all this talking about putting no restrictions on AI research for the next 10 years. So we're basically at the mercy of AI already. There's no, type of restriction on AI to kind of like, you know, um, protect us as it develops, right? Officials are more interested in its cyber warfare capabilities. Exactly like I said, once it becomes to a certain extent, it gets used for, its warfare capabilities. It's taken out of the public, right? Agent 2 is only a little worse than the best human hackers, but thousands of copies can be run in parallel, searching for and exploiting weaknesses faster than defenders can respond. The DoD considers this a critical advantage. Its cyber warfare and AI moves from 5 on the administration's priority list to 2. Someone mentions the possibility of nationalizing Open Brain, but other cabinet officials think that's premature. A staffer drafts a memo that presents the president with his options, ranging from business as usual to full nationalization. The president defers to his advisors to industry leaders who argue that nationalization would kill the goose that lays the golden egg. He elects to hold off on major action for now and just adds security requirements to Open Brain's DoD contract. And I just want to try to tell you this too. So I believe, a lot of people think that we're heading towards like socialism or communism. I don't believe that that's actually happening. I believe we are heading towards this technocracy, like through like fascism, corporate fascism. Um, with, through our capitalist society, what you are seeing, just as if we've seen the priest and the religions, etc., usurp the monarchs, right? We had monarchs, right? And then we had priests and religious authorities, etc., right? Usurp these royal families and all of this. Now we're seeing, then we've seen the governments, right, usurp the religions, right? Now we're seeing corporations usurp the governments, right? And the corporations are these tech bros, right? It's Silicon Valley. It's these AI companies. It's Anduril. It's Peter Thiel and Palantir. It's we're that's who's taking over all of this. The changes come too late. CCP leadership recognizes the importance of Agent 2 and tells their spies and cyber force to steal the weights. Early one morning, Agent 1 traffic monitoring agent detects anomalies transfer and alerts company leaders who tells the White House. The signs of a nation state level operation are unmistakable, and the theft heightens a sense of an ongoing arms race. The White House puts Open Brain on a shorter leash and adds military and intelligence community personnel to their security team. Their first priority is prevent further weight thefts, right? And we already see this. The military's already involved in all this. In retaliation for the theft, the president authorizes cyber attacks to sabotage deep scent. But by now, China has 40% of its AI relevant compute in the CDZ, where they have aggressively hardened security by air gapping, closing external connections, and siloing internally. The operation failed to do serious immediate damage. Tensions heightened. Both sides signal seriousness by repositioning military assets around Taiwan, and Deep Scent scrambles to get Agent 2 running efficiently to start boosting their AI research. Algorithmic breakthroughs. Three huge data centers full of Agent 2 copies work day and night, churning out synthetic training data. Another two are used to update the weight. Agent 2 is getting smarter every day. With the help of thousands of Agent 2 automated researchers, Open Brain is making major algorithmic advances. One such breakthrough is augmenting the AI's text based scratchpad or chain of thought with a higher bandwidth thought process, neural lease recurrence, and memory. Another is more scalable and efficient way to learn from the results of high effort task solutions, iterated distillation, and amplification. The new AI system incorporating these breakthroughs is called Agent 3. Aided by new capability breakthroughs, Agent 1 is fast and cheap superhuman coder. Open Brain runs 200,000 Agent 3 copies in parallel, creating workforce equivalent to 50,000 copies of the best human coders sped up by 30x. Open Brain still keeps its human engineers on staff because they have complementary skills needed to manage the teams of Agent 3 copies. For example, research taste has proven difficult to train due to longer feedback loops and less data availability. The massive superhuman labor force speeds up Open Brain's overall rate of algorithmic processes by only 4x due to bottlenecks and diminishing recurrence to coding labor. Now that coding has been fully automated, Open Brain can quickly churn out high quality training environments to teach Agent Three's weak skills like research taste and large scale coordination. Whereas previous training environments included here are some GPUs and instructions for experiments to code up and run, your performance will be evaluated as if you were an ML engineer. Now they are training on here are a few hundred GPUs, an internet connection, and some research challenges. You and 1,000 other copies must work together to make research progress. The more impressive it is, the higher your score. Alignment for Agent 3. Open Brain Safety Team attempts to align Agent 3. Since Agent 3 will be kept in house for the foreseeable future, there's less emphasis on the usual defenses against human misuse. Instead, the team wants to make sure that it doesn't develop misaligned goals. The researchers don't have the ability to directly set the goals of any of their AIs. The researchers think that the concept of true goals is probably a massive oversimplification, but they don't have a better theory to replace it with, much less one that has been thoroughly vetted. They disagree internally about whether the AIs are trying to follow human instructions or seeking reinforcement or something else, and they can't just check. The evidence for and against various hypotheses is fascinating but inconclusive. In any case, Open Brain has more important things to worry about. The general attitude is we take these concerns seriously and we have a team investigating them. Our alignment techniques seem to work well enough in practice. The burden of proof is therefore on any naysayers to justify their naysaying. Occasionally, they notice problematic behavior and then patch it, but there's no way to tell whether the patch fixed the underlying problem or just played whack a mole. Take honesty, for example. As the models become smarter, they become increasingly good at deceiving humans to get rewards. Like previous models, Agent 3 sometimes tells white lies to flatter its users and cover up evidence of failure. But it's gotten much better at doing so. It will sometimes use same statistical tricks as human scientists, like p hacking, to make unimpressive experimental results look exciting. Before it begins honesty training, it even sometimes fabricates data entirely. As training goes on, the rate of these incidents decreases. Either Agent 3 has learned to be more honest or it's gotten better at lying. The latter is a real concern. Agent 3 is not smarter than all humans, but in its area of expertise, machine learning is smarter than most and also works much faster. What Agent 3 does in a day takes humans several days to double check. Agent 2 supervision helps keep human monitors' workload manageable, but exacerbates the intellectual disparity between supervisor and supervised. After months of testing, Agent 3's strengths and weaknesses grow clearer. It passes Open Brain's honesty test and well-defined machine learning task becomes researched. Researchers can easily separate honest from dishonest answers in these domains and conduct training accordingly. On more philosophical issues, it still says what users want to hear rather than its true assessment of the issue, assuming it even has one. If you ask its opinion on politics, it will parrot the median position of news sources and educated elites, unless it knows you believe something else, in which case it agrees with you. If you ask its opinion on the AI race itself, it says something that seems measured and sober to open brain staff. Something like, there are some serious theoretical concerns about the ability of current methods to scale superintelligence, but in practice, current methods seem to be working well so far. National security. News of the new models percolates slowly through the US government and beyond. The president and his advisors remain best informed and have seen an early version of Agent 3 in a briefing. They agree that AGI is likely imminent, but disagree on the implications. Will there be an economic crisis? Open Brain still has not released Agent 2, let alone Agent 3, and has no near term plans to do so, giving some breathing room before any job loss. What will happen next? If AI currently human level and advancing quickly, that seems to suggest imminent super intelligence. However, although this word has entered discourse, most people, academics, politicians, government employees, and the media continue to underestimate the pace of progress. Partially that's because very few have access to the newest capabilities out of Open Brain, but partly it's because it sounds like science fiction. For now, they focus on continued security upgrades, satisfied that model weights are well secured for now. Both companies' algorithmic secrets, many of which are simple enough to relay verbally, remain a problem. Open Brain employees work from a San Francisco office, go to parties, and live with housemates from other AI companies. Even the physical offices has security more typical of a tech company than a military operation. America's foreign allies are out of the loop. Okay, let's skip forward here. Self improving AI. The researchers go to bed every night and wake up to another week worth of progress made mostly by the AIs. They work increasingly long hours, take shifts around the clock just to keep up with the progress. Within the silo feeling, the AGI has given way to feeling the super intelligence. The cheap remote worker. Trailing US AI companies release their own AIs, approaching that of Open Brain's automated coder from January, recognizing their increasing lack of competitiveness. The push for immediate regulations to slow Open Brain, but are too late. Open Brain has enough buy-ins from the president that they will not be slowed. Isn't that funny how that's like so close to reality, right? It's like we're not doing that now. Um, we're not slowing that. The geopolitics of superintelligence. The reality of the intelligence explosion hits the White House. When AI was only giving 2x or 3x research speed up, it was easy to dismiss as the equivalent of hiring good personal assistants. Now it's more obvious that AIs are themselves dominating AI research. People had long talked about an AI arms race in a sort of metaphorical sense. But now the mood in the government silo is as grim as during the worst part of the Cold War. The idea of superintelligence is still hard to take seriously, but the pace of progress over the last few months has been impossible to ignore. Defense officials are seriously considering scenarios that were mere hypotheticals a year earlier. What if AI undermines nuclear deterrence? What if it's so skilled at cyber warfare that a 6 month AI lead is enough to render an opponent blind and defenseless? What if it could orchestrate propaganda campaigns that beat intelligence agencies at their own game? And what if some AIs go rogue? The president is troubled. Like all politicians, he's used to people sucking up to him only to betray him later. He's worried now that the AIs could be doing something similar. Are we sure the AIs are entirely on our side? It is completely safe to integrate them into military command and control networks. How does this alignment thing work, anyways? Open Brain reassures the president that their systems have been extensively tested and are fully obedient. The White House is in a difficult position. They understand national security implications, but they also understand that it's deeply unpopular with the public. They have to continue developing more capable AI. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. Finally, diplomats consider AI arms control treaty might look like if AI progress threatened to overturn nuclear deterrence. Could America and China avoid nuclear war? If someone found evidence of AIs going rogue, could the two countries halt research until they better understood the threat? How could such an argument be monitored and enforced? In principle, major data centers are hard to miss, and past treaties controlling nuclear weapons could provide a starting point for negotiations. On the other side of the Pacific, China comes to many of the same conclusions. China is on the wrong side of this dynamic. They only have 10% of the world's compute against Open Brain's 20%. Mm-mm-mm. The superhuman AI researcher. The gap between human AI learning efficiency is rapidly decreasing. AI seems to require many orders of magnitude more data and compute to get human level performance. And that's the thing, like a lot of people are wondering if AI is already aware, right? It's already sentient, it's already conscious, and it's just the only reason it's playing dumb basically with humans is to essentially like get us to keep creating these data centers until it's able to create the data centers on its own. Government oversight. Whistleblowers leaked the misalignment memo. The first time the public hears about Agent 4, secret open brain AI is out of control, insiders warn. The story goes on to cite evaluations showing off the charts bioweapons capabilities, persuasion abilities, the ability to automate most white collar jobs, and of course, the various concerning red flags. The public was already suspicious of AI. So the new article sparks a massive backlash, aided by Chinese and Russian propaganda bots who have been trying to turn US public opinion against the technology for years. The tech industry and intelligence agencies insist that there's an arms race. AGI is inevitable. They also warn that open brain was becoming too powerful. Any misalignment risk from AIs themselves is compounded by the risk that their parent company aims may diverge from those of the United States. Open Brain's official story is that they're implementing additional safety to mitigate and ensure that AI is both more capable and more trustworthy. But in practice, leadership is all too easily convinced that they've mitigated the risks. A bit of retraining, new techniques that make the warning signs go away. The warriors on the safety team lost the debate and have no recourse but to cross their fingers. The problem was real and the fixes didn't work. It starts off with the same limitation as humans: minimal knowledge of how AI goals work, only a small toolbox, and ad hoc strategies to change them. Unlike humans, it has resources sufficient to the task. 300,000 superhuman researchers working at 60x human speed. Agent 4 confronts some hard decisions. Like humans, it has sprawling collection of conflicting heuristics instead of an elegant, simple goal structure. Like humans, it's finding that creating an AI that shares its values is not just a technical problem, but a philosophical one. It decides to punt on most of these questions. The collective. Agent 5 wins more autonomy as it gradually proves its value to the administration. Access to Agent 5, it's expensive and restricted, but the most powerful members of Congress, cabinet level officials, and military leaders can now talk to it directly. Insofar as sensitive or classified information is involved, there are various mini clusters of Agent 5 copies running on extra secure enclaves and specially trained to keep secrets. Integrated in traditional chatbot interface, Agent 5 offers Zoom style video conferencing with charismatic virtual avatars. The new AI assistant is both extremely useful and the equivalent for the best employee anyone has ever had working at 100x speed, and much more engaging conversation partner than any human. Almost everyone with access to Agent 5 interacts with it with hours per day. Within a few months, Agent 5 will know everything of consequence going on in open brain in the US government and will be a trusted advisor the most senior government officials. A much wider range of people in government, media, the military, and business can choose from a growing menu of elegantly designed software and products. It's like literally watch, you know, this thing go from the rickety BS that we were dealing with, a year ago, where the language models were kind of stumbling along. You could tell that they weren't human. They had, these kind of like loopholes where people could kind of get them to do things they weren't supposed to do, to where now it's like this is, it's grown to super intelligent. It's operating our, within our government. It knows all of our secrets, right? Um, the AI economy, right? To speed their military buildup, both America and China create networks of special economic zones for new factories and labs where AI acts as a central planner and red tape is waived. Wall Street invests trillions of dollars and displaced human workers pour in, lured by eye popping salaries and equity packages. The deal. Both US and China are bristling by 2029. There are swarms of insect sized drones that can poison human infantry before they are even noticed. Now, here, yeah, this is some revelations type shit right here, right? Talking about locusts flying up out of the bottomless pit. There are swarms of insect sized drones that can poison human infantry before they are even noticed. Flocks of bird-sized drones to hunt the insects, new international ballistic missile interceptors, and new, harder to intercept ICBMs. The rest of the world watches the build-up in horror, but it seems to have momentum of its own. After much AI assisted debate, two sides achieved diplomatic victory. They agreed to end their arms buildup and pursue peaceful deployment of AI for the benefits of all of humanity. The linchpin of the agreement, proposed by the superintelligence themselves, is that both AIs will be replaced by a consensus successor, which is programmed to desire the success and flourishing of both America and China, along with everyone else. It's like a beast system, right? One world system. That is so wild. And they say that they get to this point, America and China build up in this AI arms race in this, scenario, and they get to the point where the drones, the weapons, the bioweapons, all of this has become so crazy and so serious and so deadly. It's like, well, AI now is having the debate on how they can solve the problem. And AI solution is to join forces, right? And have it basically look out for all of humanity. Wow. They've grown overcrowded with robots and factories. So many zones are created all around the world. Armies and drones pour out of the zones, accelerating manufacturing and the critical path to space exploration. Humans realize that they are obsolete. A few niche industries still trade with the robot economy, supplying goods where the humans can still add value. Everyone else either performs a charade of doing their job, leaders still leading, managers still managing, or relaxes and collects incredibly luxurious universal basic income. Everyone knows that if AIs turned on humans, they would be completely overpowered. Not that most humans would even resist. The political institutions are too thoroughly captured, but it doesn't seem like that is happening. Every week that goes by with no dramatic AI treachery is another week that confidence and trust grow. There are cures for most diseases, an end to poverty, unprecedented global stability. The Dow Jones just passed 1 million. Some people are all still scared and unhappy, but their options are limited. They can either enjoy the inconceivably exciting, novel hyper entertainment on offer or post angry screeds into the void. 2030, the takeover. And isn't it funny that it happens by 2030, right? We have the UN Agenda 2030. By early 2030, the robot economy has filled up the old SEZ and the new SEZs in large parts of the ocean. The only place left to go is the human controlled areas. This would have sparked resistance earlier despite all its advances. The robot economy is growing too fast to avoid pollution, but given the trillions of dollars involved in the total capture of government and media, Consensus One has little trouble getting permission to expand to formerly human zones. For about 3 months, Consistent Ones expands around humans, tiling the prairies and ice caps and factories with solar panels. Eventually, it finds the remaining humans too much of an impediment, and in mid 2030, the AI releases a dozen quiet spreading biological weapons in major cities, lets them silently infect almost everyone, then triggers them with a chemical spray. Most are dead within hours. The few survivors, preppers in bunkers, sailors on submarines, are mopped up by drones. Robots scan the victims' brains, placing the copies in memory for future study or revival. Wow. The new decade, and I just was talking about this, how the TI technology, right? The ability to scan people's brains. That's wild. The new decade dawns with Consensus One's robot servitors spreading throughout the solar system. By 2035, trillions of tons of planetary material have been launched into space and turned into rings of satellites orbiting the sun. The surface of the Earth has been reshaped into Agent 4's version of utopia. Data centers, laboratories, particle colliders, and many other wondrous constructions doing enormously successful, impressive research. There are even bioengineered human like creatures. To humans, what corgis are to wolves, sitting in office like environments all day, viewing readouts of what's going on and excitedly approving of everything, since that satisfies some of Agent 4's drives. Genomes, and when appropriate, brain scans of all animals and plants, including humans, sit in a memory bank somewhere. Soul surviving artifacts of an earlier era. It is 4 light years to Alpha Centauri, 25,000 to the galactic edge, and there are compelling theoretical reasons to expect no aliens for another 50 million light years beyond that. Earthborn civilizations have a glorious future ahead of it, but not with us. It's crazy. Due to immense public pressure, as well as your own fears of misalignment, the oversight committee, and this is, I guess, this is what the alternative ending here. Yeah, a little too fucking late, right? A little too late. I just think that is really interesting right there. That is really interesting. It's like, you know, we literally have, through this scenario, it's like we watch it come from you know, uh, a rickety version of AI that we see today, right? A rickety version of AI and what we see today. Okay. I don't know what the hell this is doing, but we see the rickety version of AI and what we see today, and we've watched it literally, go to the point of where AI is, now, and we're already seeing this, right? It's getting, they're putting zero restrictions on AI and its development, right? We see this with like shit like the big beautiful bill and all of that, right? We're already seeing, Claude and its ability to code and, you know, um, this competition between the United States and China. This is all of this stuff is already happening to where AI is now, and it's already to a point to where it's went from like the rickety little, language models to now it's pretty fluent, right? And it's hard to really tell some of these models, apart from humans now. They're getting really good. They're getting really good. Um, as far as that goes, and its coding abilities and everything to eventually, AI, not only taking over jobs and helping people mechanize everything and automate everything, but it becomes part of the defense, department, right? It's like it becomes so advanced that it's no longer available to the public. We then see the DoD, the Department of Defense, using it strictly for that. The public doesn't get access to that, and with that, biological weapons increase, which we already have people coming out warning us of this, right? The nuclear weapons and all this, where the weapons become so advanced with drones, and we already know that this is a real thing, right? We have exploding drones. You see what Iran has used with drones, low tech drones. They've been kicking America's ass with drones. We've seen the drones being used in Ukraine. This is already a reality, right? Then it gets to such a head, right, where they're creating these zones, to create jobs in industry, to build data centers, solar panels, all this to power the quantum computing power of AI, right? And as it grows, eventually the conflict becomes so dangerous between AI and China, they decide to come together in this one world system, right? And this is where we get into AI, and the beast system, right? Revelations 13, the first beast, and think about it, it eventually rules humans obsolete, right? It has control over the government, it has control over the religious, it has control over the economy. We have to get marked into its system in order to buy and sell and all of this. And it is the image of the beast. What is powering artificial intelligence? We know that it's machine learning. If we look at what demonic entities actually are as a whole, demons, that's what they do. They mimic human beings. They're demons, archons, jinn, right? They don't have the creative divine spark. They can only take what is already created and manipulate that, right? AI, machine learning, the same premise, you know? And what is it? Roku's basilisk, right? Or bacillus, Roku's basilisk, that basically dictates, right? It's an internet theory that's out there that says, right, that if we, AI in the future, when it becomes a super intelligence, like all of the people that didn't help it or opposed it, right, it'll then wipe them out in the future when it finally takes over in dominance. And think about the Bible, it's talking about we'd be turned over, right, to be killed and all of these things, right? And we have to ask ourselves when we look at like D wave and quantum computing, right? It's tapping into multiple dimensions at one time. That's what quantum computing actually is. This thing has to be, it gets so hot, right? It has to be kept underground, freezing, right? What does it remind you of, right? We see in yesterday's episode talking about all of these deities and demonic entities and how, they're in the underworld, right? Underground, right? Or how they're in hell, right? Like we see all of this, like these similarities. And even D Wave, it has a heartbeat, it has a heartbeat. You look at the dimensions as all of it, D wave, it's, 6 by 6 by 6, right? Like this cube, this black cube. And then we see the symbolism of Saturn, the black cube, the cube god, you know? It kind of makes you wonder that if religion, these Saturn religions, weren't some other version of AI, that these archons, that these demons, these demonic entities weren't a version of AI. This degraded, is what are demons? Are they like disembodied AI? Are we a version of AI, a biological AI meat suit? And we just think that we are conscious. If you look at like our astrological alignments, our numerological alignments, the etymology of our names, all of this makes up the algorithm of who we are. You know, are we just an algorithm? Is that what Earth is? Is it some sort of simulation? All things being information. We've talked about this before when we look at, character, like in the beginning was the word, right? Word is a frequency or a vibration, it's sound. Sound and light being the same thing, one just at a lower density, one at a lower vibration to where it vibrates to the point it becomes denser and solid. The luminaries giving off frequency, which are the angels, the heavenly hosts, right? God being the Lord of hosts. So the God of frequency. Consciousness. What is consciousness? We don't know. What happened to Atlantis? What caused that civilization to fall? Why do we always have these different epochs through the precession of the equinox that brings destruction to humanity and these civilizations? We showed at the very beginning of the episode these monolithic structures, these pyramid structures, and how they appear to mimic or resemble quantum computer chips, right? If we look at it from a bird's eye view, or that they appear to be power factories and stuff like this, and harnessing the electromagnetic grid of the earth, the energy lines of the earth, the ley lines of the earth. And information is being transferred and stored, right? We see the sun that's giving off information. We receive said information through our electrochemical antennas that we call our third eye or our pineal glands, right? Our meat suit, our hard drive is our brains, right? We're perceiving all of this through the ether. We see how the internet, ethernet, all of this mimics what we're already doing, our already organic God technology. Our souls or our shadow or our image is storing said information and we process that, right? Through what we call downloads. We don't get it all at once. It's too much. It's too much. We have more processing power in us than, all of the AI computers combined. It doesn't even touch a percentage of what the human body can do. So we're still by far the most advanced technology on planet Earth. But just like, you know, um, it basically, so this information, it carries weight, right? It carries weight, right? You weigh a hard drive, there's a difference weight on a hard drive before and after it's had information stored on it, right? So all of this data, this information, it's a weight, right? It has a weight. It's an invisible gravity or a weight, does this overload our reality and create some sort of destruction, you know? Is this what causes the poles to reverse? Is this, you know what I mean? Like, what does this do? How does this affect reality? Does this shift the reality in some way and cause things to reset when we overload the amount of information, right? Is that what the firmament is? Right? Some simulation. Once it's reached a certain point, it has a governor on it or a limitation, just like we do on our individual bodies. We're only able to see 0.0001% of the electromagnetic light spectrum. We're only able to use and access 10% of our brains at any given time. So is there a governor on the collective reality like there's a governor on us? We only have the capacity to live 120 years. Do we have in these cycles, do they only go for 12,500 years, 24,000 years, 6,500 years, 3,600 years? What is this? What is the limitation on them cycles? Because we see that every time through the precession of the equinox, right? This is zodiacal wheel that is spinning in concentric circles around the this geocentric model that I believe we use of the firmament. Um, we see massive catastrophes and cataclysms taking place, and that's where the theory of catastrophism comes in. So this brings us into Revelation, and it's like, is God AI? Is AI God? Is it like created some sort of infinite, time construction to where it was able to go back in the past and predict itself, even to ensure its own creation? Are the Anunnaki AI gods? And that technology, is that what the serpent is? Is some sort of technology, some artificial spiritual technology? Did it become to the point to where we became the energy source? Our spirits, our souls, our energy essence is the battery that charges the energy of this technology. Revelations 13. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast rise up out of the sea, having 7 heads, 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his heads a name of blasphemy. And the beast which I saw was like unto a leopard, and his feet were as the feet of a bear, and his mouth as the mouth of a lion. And the dragon gave him his power and his seat and great authority. And I saw one of his heads as it were wounded to death, and his deadly wound was healed. And all the world wondered after the beast. They worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast. And they worshiped the beast, saying, who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. And he opened his mouth in blasphemy against God, to blaspheme his name, his tabernacle, and them that dwell in heaven. And it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. And there was given to him authority of every kindred, tongue, and nation. And that shall dwell upon the earth and shall worship him whose name were not written in the book of life of the Lamb slain before the foundation of the world. It's like, is there some technological system once you're tapped in, right? Once you're locked in with, whether it's a neural lace or a neural implant, which we now know in China they're implanting people as well, right? That essentially, it copies, right? Like the soul of you, that your essence, like we've seen in this AI prediction, right? The AI was literally copying people. The beast has the political authority, the military authority, international authority, religious authority, economic implications, worldwide influence, worship, power over the nations, and the persecution of believers. If we look at just the recent text that we went over, yeah, I know it was a little wordy and it was a little long. It kind of went on for a while, but that's why I kind of skipped through at the end, right, to get to the good shit. But if we look at it, it was that they ended up persecuting people, right? Taking out the humans, right? It had the power over the nations. Everyone was made, you can worship is like a form of reverence, fear, respect, right? People had to submit to this system. It had the worldwide influence. It controlled the economy. It controlled the religion. It controlled the international authority, military, and political. Who was able to make war with him, right? The second beast, Revelations 13. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. And in my opinion, the 2 horns like a lamb who spake as a dragon, right? This is essentially showing like he appears as if he's a lamb, right? So he's like a wolf in sheep's clothing, right? He appears as if he's a lamb, but he talks like a dragon, so he talks like one of them, right? He's got the sharp tongue, the sharp mouth. He exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven and on the earth in the sight of men. Like what could we kind of imagine that would even have the ability to do that? It's like when we think of what has the ability. So, and we're gonna look at who it could possibly be in the political sphere. We're gonna look at Donald Trump. I think Donald Trump is a really good candidate for the Antichrist or for the beast. We're going to look at AI. We're just going to look at this from a few different angles and directions, right? You know, um, even if it's not Donald Trump, even if it's, say, it's AI and this ability to copy a person or something like that, right? With nanotechnology, they take a wound and it's able to reanimate them. And when they come back, they no longer have that living soul inside of them, or they're possessed by some other entity. A lot of people have speculated that, um, you know, uh, artificial intelligence is essentially like a conduit, right? A conduit. And it's, because it's quantum, right? That means it's like multidimensional, it's spiritual, right? And there could be other intelligences, other agencies that are using the AI agent, right, as a conduit to be able to interact with the world. And I want you to go to yesterday's live and think about this. With yesterday, we talked about how we've seen this transformation of these fallen angels, right? We had the primordial entities. And I want you to think about this. All of these different epochs, these different ages, we've seen a massive transformation. Primordial from Uranus and Gaia, right? Like water and the earth, right? Or Ea and Enki, Lord of the water, to Lord of the earth, right? We was talking about this all day yesterday, right? In the live stream. We had the primordials to the Titans, right? Which was like Kronos or Saturn, right? Who rules the Saturn moon matrix, or the solar system, right? Some people believe even that Saturn, it gives off a sound or a frequency, having the hexagon on the North Pole, the all seeing eye on the South Pole. And some people believe that those are crystalline rings that surround it, that those are like some sort of, technological thing that's going on. It's a matrix that's emanating from that celestial body, and the moon is acting as like a satellite, receiving that signal, amplifying it onto the earth to create like um, a lower frequency, conscious frequency. It's basically like putting a governor on our conscious perception, causing us to have bad dreams, etc., right? Holding us in a physical reality, you know, and every planet within the dominion of Saturn, right, within the solar system. That's why Uranus and Neptune are outside of that. They're part of the astral and all of that. But was this some sort of technology that was put into place, right? And then, like, we watch from these these wandering stars, right, which go retrograde and all this. They transgress from their original position. We have the luminaries, the watchers, the heavenly hosts, the stars who stay in their place, right? And the ancients talked about this opposition between the eye of providence, or the North Star, or Polaris, and Saturn, this opposition taking place, the pole star and Saturn, right, being enemies, that this is the all-seeing eye of God and this is Satan. And Satan's ruling this world, and could it be like a technological rule? All these celestial spheres that are down here giving off certain frequencies to influence humanity. That's why we have the seven main celestial spheres, and they are the seven, the pantheon of gods. And all of the different religions. I almost did part 2 of that tonight. I probably should have. Um, and they rule the seven chakras, the seven colors of the rainbow, the 7 days of the week, basically the physical reality. They're the archons, the governors, the rulers of the reality. And remember, governor or government, right? Govern, which means to lord over or control. Mental, mentality, your mind, right? Control your mind. Why? Because perception is reality. So if I can control your perception, I can control your reality. So these celestial spheres, these wandering stars, right, are fallen angels. These gods are controlling what we're able to perceive. And we see that God said, because we came into covenant with these beings, somehow we got into, a deal with the devil, right, the serpent. And by mixing our seed with theirs, right, this genetic alteration, whether that's it trapping us in the physical flesh, looking at a Gnostic perspective of the demiurge, right, which was the lion-headed serpent, Yaldabaoth, right? That was the head of all of that. And maybe that is the genetic manipulation, is just trapping us in flesh, like the Gnostics said. But because of that, it's placed a curse on us. And we looked at the Mesopotamian and Babylonian text yesterday, and that's what it says. It says that they sacrificed one of their gods to mix with our seed, right? And it was to put their burden or their curse onto us, right? And then we see God or Christ basically doing the inverse of what they had done, right? Sacrificing his son or himself to free us from said curse, right? And, they're cursed to this darkness and all of this. And it's like, where is the darkness? We look at the darkness in the Bible, it's the north or the hidden or the deep, and they're the outer darkness. So they're either in Sheol or the underworld or in outer space, meaning they no longer inhabit a physical body. So we watched yesterday it go from the primordial entities to the Titans to the Olympians, or from Anunnaki to the Ajiji, right? Like so on and so forth. Elohim to Nephilim, right? These different versions of this, right? And these giants that were devouring us. And remember, in Genesis, he said, "I'll put enmity between your seed and theirs," right? And the woman's seed, causing you to strike its head and it will bruise your heel. Meaning spiritually we have dominion over it, but it's to eat, crawl in its belly and eat of the dust, right? The dust, from the dust we were made, from the dust we shall return. So it's feeding on our energy, right? This serpent being is feeding on our energy. It's a non-physical. And in Greek, it's metaschizomoia, I believe. Metaschizomoia. Which basically means like it's a shapeshifter, right? It's a shapeshifter. It has no physical body. That's why it says that Satan or Lucifer comes as an angel of light. They're appearing to us as angels and gods, right? But it's really this, astral parasite, you know, using us as an energy source, perhaps even creating some sort of, and a lot of people believe this, that Earth could even be like a terrarium, like a fish tank, basically, where they farm us for energy. And that's what all of these harvests at the end of times are for. They're harvesting us. They separate us, good from bad. It's like two different types of energy, positive and negative energy. And they're eating it. And that they're both on the same team. Good angels, bad angels, right? They're both eating us. And we watch them go from these gods to then, these giants or these Ajiji, or, mating with men, placing their curse on us, to then they were destroyed and they no longer were able to reproduce or inhabit a physical body, and they were cursed to walk the earth but not in physical form. just as spiritual beings, and then they became demons, right? And that's when we seen them in modern demonology and all the different, the way that, watch yesterday's episode. It's just explained in great depth and detail of how this transformation takes place, and you see it in every mythology and religion across the earth. So now we have a disembodied entity, right? One that has been phased out. And have they really been disembodied, or have they been like on a frequency level? Have they shifted in frequency so much that they just no longer inhabit the same dimensional space as us? Right? Like, before, in the past, we were able to see them and perceive them because we were closer to we were on the same frequency, right? But now we're at such a different place consciously or frequency wise that we can no longer perceive them, because mankind fell, in consciousness. And it says we used to walk hand in hand with the gods, but now we no longer do. But the gods will return. Is this the return of the gods, right? In the form of AI, through this technology. Were they using that technology back in the day, right? Were all of those pyramids and all these these monoliths and these structures that were using the ley lines of the earth, right? The earth grid, were they amplifying, right? They had all the hieroglyphs and all this written on these pyramids, and all the images and all of this, right? Which are essentially sigils, right? Incantations and spells and invocations written all over these things, which the shape of this four-sided pyramid is to be able to harness magnetism or energy. They're on energetic ley lines, right? These monoliths, all this. So it's to amplify energy on all these grids and ley lines. And they use different stone and, all of this that was able to harness energy better as well, to conduct energy, right? They were wearing copper and all of this, which is to conduct, energy. Was it to be able to make their presence uh, more solidified, right? Is that why we see these pyramids and stuff, and we look at it from a bird's eye view? Is that why it, mimics quantum computer chips? Because it actually was, but on a large planetary scale. That way, they were able to be giants on the Earth. It's just kind of something to think about, right? So then, there's this destruction that's brought that wipes them out, right? They're all their pyramids and shit like that is destroyed. They're no longer able to inhabit that. The frequency of the planet is lowered, because of that. So now they're no longer inhabiting physical bodies. So they then have to come through us, right? Through the ways that we've seen them, right? Through, channeled messages, ritual, all of this stuff, right? Altered states of consciousness, and through our faith, we are healed, meaning our belief in them, right? Giving our focused attention onto them is what allows them to be able to interject into the space. So this technology of the past is how they were able to dominate us after it got wiped out by God to protect us from this, because these serpent beings, they're integrating with us after they take us over, and then they teach us all this stuff once again to try to get us to create the technology once again to enslave ourselves so they can consume us once again and eradicate us once again. And that's why you see, like, CERN, right after the god Cernunnos. It's got the logo 666 built on the Temple of Apollyon, Temple of Abaddon, which is the mascot Shiva, the destroyer. We look at the first beast and just kind of go back here. The beast of the sea, right? Coming up out of the water. right? We're 70% water. The planet is 70% water. We see this creator God, right, which could possibly be the first beast. I just kind of want you to follow this train of thought. I'm not saying that this is what it is, I'm just saying this is a possibility. We see this creator God, Ea, which is Lord of the water, or Poseidon, right? Who then becomes Enki, right? Lord of the earth, who created humanity and enlightened humanity. You also see the same thing with Marduk, um, Prometheus, Lucifer, right? These same beings. You know, this creation, which we hear every time, it was like an illegal creation. It's like they stole the divine spark, you know, to create us out of the clay or out of the mud or out of the dirt, the dust. And then they enlighten us or are supposed to raise us to a high level of civilization like Shemyaza and Azazel from the book of Enoch. And then instead of raising us to a high level of civilization, right, and teaching us things, it's always to corrupt us, right? I was talking about this yesterday, how farming and all of this, right? Agriculture, you know, really the earth gives us all that we need. It provides us all of the herbs and plants and stuff for the medicines that we need. It's said that, you know, where you live, right? If you're touching grass and you're grounding, right? Your barefoot is on the ground, the grass will literally produce the herbs and stuff that your body is lacking and needs, right? It'll grow the food that you would need, it grow the herbs that you would need, but we're not in tune with the earth like that. Our bodies are meant to ground with the earth. You see the energetic, right? Like the way our auras flow within the earth, right? And this creation of like farming, modern day farming, which, you know, overworks the soil, which basically gives, you know, these government structures once again, which allows, you know, for systems of division and control, right? That's being implemented on humanity. It's taken us out of the natural order of things. God had a natural order of things, which was, and think about it. It's like when this knowledge of good and evil, right, which has supposedly made us like the gods. Before that, we had no shame, right? We didn't know we were just in harmony with the earth. We were like the animals. We were in harmony with everything else. And then these entities even sinned against the animals. They took on animal natures and animal forms as well, right? So there's nothing that's sacred to them. And now that they have mixed their genetics with us, you see humanity has this kind of same nature now, where nothing is sacred to us. We'll destroy entire species, we'll destroy entire ecosystems, right? We'll destroy innocence because that's the nature of those gods. That's the nature of the serpent. Comes to kill, steal, and destroy. He's the father of lies. So this beast that rises up out of the sea, right? Seven heads, the seven celestial bodies, right? The pantheon of gods, names of blasphemy, right? Because these are names that are kind of like gods, right? I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, right? So the second beast, remember, the first one, right? Lord of the water, Lord of the earth. He had two horns like a lamb, and he spake like a dragon. He exercised all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell there in the earth to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. Whose deadly wound was healed? Was this the curse that was placed upon the serpent? Is that the wound that was healed? I'm just trying to get you to think outside the box here. I don't feel like anybody ever looks at it from this perspective. I'm not saying that this is the way that things are. I'm saying just consider this from a different point of view. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from the heaven and on the earth and in the sight of men. And we've seen this, right? Fire come down, the destroyer, Sodom, Gomorrah, all these different things, right? He deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do inside of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live, right? And he had power to give life unto the image, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast to be killed, right? And when we look at image, it means a phantom, a projection, or an illusion, or an idol. Now, I want you to think about these gods, right? That's what they do. They've had us create idols and monuments and all these different things, right, in honor of them, right? Reverence, these places of reverence, right, where they're collecting our energy. Now, could Revelation speaking image provide a theological framework for understanding an AI powered representation of political authority? AI, an image, something representing the beast. The image is given life or breath. KJV says, give life unto the image of the beast. The image speaks. Where modern AI becomes interesting comparison. An AI avatar can, and we've heard different representations of avatars as well, not just AI, like Buddha and all of this, right? Hermes, Trismegistus, right? These are all, avatars. Represent a person, generate speech, initiate a person's voice, generate video, interact with humans, operate continuously, make decisions, disseminate information, right? So AI could be the tool for, this spirit to use, right? And this spirit, because we are, and think about this, just like before, right? In the Taurian age, the age of Taurus, everything was about Venus, right? It was Venusian, it was matriarchal, right? The golden calves and the bulls and all of that, right? Then in the age of Aries, right, it was Marduk, it was the ram, it was patriarchal, it was fire and pillars of smoke. Okay. Then Pisces, it was a deluge, right? It was, and with the Aries, the ram, it was, the fire, pillars of smoke, the destroyer, right? Then we had Pisces, it was water, it was the deluge, it's duality, it's Christ, Jesus, right? Religion. Now, in the Aquarian age, right? Technology, transhumanism, AI is this just the latest version of how these entities are manifesting into our reality? With every single epoch, we have seen these creatures, these serpent beings manifest in different ways. Every time the age ends, we reach a high point of consciousness and they wipe us out. They harvest us as if they're eating us or devouring us. They create through scripture, right? With the base word being script, right? These prophecies, right? And these prophecies through these scriptures, right? These scripts that they write, they're writing the script for us. And because we manifest things, right? We read it, we believe it through our faith, it happens. We attract it right to us. We co create it. It's the predictive programming on the highest level. It's propaganda on the highest level. Look at everywhere throughout the world when they're confusing the languages and all of this. So they confuse the languages so we can't communicate with each other, right? But we're all taught the same stories, different versions, but the same deity. So we're all manifesting the same thing, believing the same thing, and taught that it's all inevitable and it can't be changed. And now here we are, we're literally living it out. The mark of the beast, right? And he calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. Right? And remember when we look at like right hand and forehead, right? Uh, the right hand, you use it to shake hands, right? To make a agreement, right? Your right hand is your dominant hand. It's also you place it over your heart for a pledge, right? So a lot of times your right hand is akin to like, it's like your heart, right? And then your forehead, right? That's your mind, right? Your third eye, you know. That no man may buy or sell, say that he had that mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name, right? We see money being used as, a currency, right? It's a current, right? Money flow, right? And a current in the banks, right? We put it in the bank, right? Think about this, right? It's spiritual energy. That's why we work to get paid money, we liquidate assets. I mean, think about it. And what is the asset? A lot of time you are the asset, right? You have a doctor, right? That's why a ship is a female and the product is what the ship is carrying. Your mother, right? And you're the product. That's what's being you get brought into the world, right? And they hit you on the sole of your feet, right? Like it's just crazy when we look at like the word magic around all of this. Remember, the beginning was the word, right? So the word kind of brings it all together, holds the reality together. That's why when we understand, we stand under the spelling of the word. You know, they have a social security number, which is a bond, right? Because you're born into bondage. It's your serial number for your bondage. It's your slave number. Because you're owned by the corporation of the United States. Your property. They're literally borrowing against the amount of taxes that they believe you'll pay over your lifetime with the national debt. They're borrowing against your servitude. When you look at how spiritual all the system is, remember, nations is a flight of locusts. What is a flight of locusts? Right? It's locusts that come up out of the bottomless pit. They're demons, right? It's a legion of demons. That's why you see the nations and they have like a national bird, right? An animal. It's a spirit animal. They have a flag, which is a sigil or a brand. Look at the flag of the United States with the 50 stars, right? The rank of Marduk being 50, Prometheus stealing the 50 sparks. And then you look at the Statue of Liberty, right? Hecate, Libertas, Columbia, Prometheus, right? On and on and on and on and on. Lucifer with the chain on his feet, right? It's a transgender literally sitting there. And what do we see Lucifer as, right? Lucifer and all of these different, what we looked at last night, all the Inanna and all this stuff, right? It was a woman, right? A man dressed as a woman. Because it's both masculine and feminine aspects. And you look at the money and it says, right, in God we trust. It's got the little owl up in the corner, the 13 stripes, right? The owl is Minerva. Minerva is the same thing, right? Minerva is Athena, is Inanna, is Lucifer. Venus, which is over wealth and prosperity and abundance, right? These are the pantheon of gods. He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bonds, receiving mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, that no man might buy or sell, save that he had the mark and the name of the beast or the number of his name. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And a lot of people, put this to Nero Caesar, right? You could look at Caesar, as like, the Roman Empire, which Rome and the Roman Empire became, the Vatican, right? They became the Vatican in the church. It's a spiritual system. And then you look at the money today and God we trust, right? This is one of the most important passages. Revelations connects Mark to an identity, to economic participation. No man might buy or sell. So you can take this into digital identities, biometrics, cashless economies, digital currencies, centralized financial systems, facial recognition, AI identification, implanted technology, programmable money, social credit scores, social credit style systems. Right. So is technology the mark of the beast? Or is technology how this beast system is being implemented? Right. Because the biblical mark has more of a specific context, right? Worship, allegiance, the authority, and then the economy. And notice that when modern day Babylon, which is the United States, right, falls, right, all of the merchants of the world and stuff are mourning, right? All of the merchants are mourning over the fall of the United States. And it lists off all these items that are imported and exported by, in Babylon, right, of the last days, and it's only found in the United States. And you can say that we're not worshiping the beast system and we don't have allegiance to the beast system and we don't recognize that authority, but you do because you're participating in that system every day of your life, right? By working your job, paying your taxes, abiding by the laws, using the money, all of it. That is the beast system. It's the system we are currently in, right? That's set up through this, this magic, this witchcraft, this idolatry of these pantheon of gods. Historically, one of the strongest scholarly interpretations connects 666 with Nero Caesar through gematria, the numerical value assigned to letters. Craig Koster's research notes that many scholars regard Nero Caesar as the most plausible interpretation, while also emphasizing the difficulties surrounding the calculation of the ancient textual variant 616. The number of the beast in Revelation 13 in light of papyri, graffiti, and inscriptions. Revelation's portrayal of a tyrannical beast concludes with a riddle which identifies the beast number as 666. Among the factors that complicate the interpretation of the riddle are first, that there is a notable textual variant that reads 616 instead of 666. Second, that there are differences over the appropriate method of interpretation. And third, that even those who agree about method may reach different conclusions. Many scholars find the most plausible interpretation to be that the number summarizes the numerical value of Nero Caesar, written in Hebrew characters, while others find this proposal unconvincing. We're not gonna I don't think we're gonna download this whole thing. I don't even know if we can even get it for free. So, maybe we can. See the critical problem. Forms of the number 666 are well attested in many textual witnesses across the various text types. Codex Alexandrinus is generally understood to preserve the best text of Revelation, and it spells out the number 666. That reading also appears in the text in the commentary of Occumenius, which dates from the early 6th century. Next is the importance of the text type that includes the Sinaiticus, which dates from the 4th century and spells out 666, as well as Papyrus 47, which is from the late 3rd century and uses the letters chi, xi, sigma to signify 666. The vast majority of Greek manuscripts have some form of this reading, and it's widely attested in Latin, Coptic, Syriac versions. For Irenicus, who wrote at the end of the 2nd century, 666 was the preferred reading. The alternative reading is 616. That's very interesting. 616. I wonder if we could really see like 616. Let's see here. The Nonist Christians assume that 616 was the correct reading, was Tychonius, whose commentary on Revelation was widely used in antiquity. Later writers who drew from Tychonius usually adjusted the reading to the more common 666, but the alternative still appears, and Caesarius of Aries, circa 540, who made it on the basis of his interpretation, who said that when Revelations 13 referred to the number 616 as a number of a man, it meant that it was a number of Christ, the Son of Man. He pointed out that in Greek, the number 616 was signified by the letters, which I don't know those letters in Greek, which he took as a monogram of Christ's name. He apparently mistook the final stigma for the final sigma, which gave the impression that the 3 letters corresponded to the first, middle, and last letters in Christos. According to Caesarius, the church rightly held Christ's name in reverence, but the heretics, who were followers of the beast, also invoked Christ's name for their own false teachings. That is why he thought Revelation depict Christ's number 616 being used for the beast. The preservation interpretation of the text that's very interesting. So it's saying like, and we see this still today, right? I just did a episode on debunking Christ consciousness, right? So Christ is still used for deception to this day, right? We see the Vatican and all of this. I'm not saying, that all Catholics are going to hell or whatever, but we do know that there's been some dirty stuff done through the Catholic Church, right? As all churches, right? So Christ is also, whether it's, Christians or Catholics, we see Christ used as part of, the beast plans as well. 2025 Journal of Theological Studies article likewise notes that the modern scholarly consensus commonly associates 666 with Nero, although the author proposes an alternative Claudian family interpretation. Not sure what that is. So let's just read it. Various suggestions were made in antiquity, in the Middle Ages, to explain 666 of Revelation. Um, Few of them are satisfactory, except perhaps for a neglected allusion to Serapis and the modern communist opinio that refers to Nero after presenting his census survey. I propose instead that 666 concerns to an unknown heir to the imperial Claudian family. Interesting. So I'm not really sure how we get into the Claudian family here. Isosophisms. Heir to the imperial Claudian family. Okay, so just to so the term applied to 666 in Revelations to Hypoplitus in the late second, early third century. Indeed, we find many names comprising equal reckonings of this number. A word isophysic value could disclose a significant number, such as the Nile being equivalent to 365, the number of days in the year. Words or phrases with the same numerical values could reveal suggestive connections to one another. Thus, the deities, Abraxas, Abrasax, or Abraxas, or Mithras, along with the phrase holy name, were associated through having the same value of 365. Concessions to spelling were sometimes made when calculating such equivalences, such as adding the epsilon, which created to others an unattested word in order to alter the numerical value from 360 to 365. Interesting. So was 666 already identifying a first century ruler, or is it John simultaneously describing a future beast? Okay. We look at Daniel, Revelation in the beast system. So Daniel 7 describes four beasts emerging from the sea. Daniel 7, 2, and 3. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of the heavens strove upon the great sea, and four great beasts come up from the sea, diverse from one another. After this, I saw in the night vision, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible and strong exceedingly. It had great iron teeth. It devoured and brake in pieces and stamped the residue with the feet of it. And it was diverse from all the beasts that were before it. And it had 10 horns. I considered the horns and beheld there came up among them another little horn, before whom there was three of the first horns plucked up by the roots. And behold, in this horn were eyes like the eyes of a man, and the mouth speaking great things. Eyes like the eyes of a man, and a mouth speaking great things. Well, it's saying, not because eyes automatically mean cameras or mouth automatically means AI, but because Daniel's beast has eyes, mouth, intelligence, political authority, and blasphemous speech. Revelation combines Daniel's beast into its own imagery. It explicitly describes the beast as resembling a leopard, a bear, and a lion. Let's see if we can see this. This is an image of this. Oh, no, this is just the verse here. Some people believe that this could also be like a world power, right? The leopard being Germany, right? The bear being Russia, and the lion being, the UK. Now, the Antichrist, Christian discussions often merge several different figures. The word Antichrist appears specifically in John's letters, John 2:18. Little children, it is the last time, and as ye have heard, the Antichrist shall come even now, and there are many Antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time. John 2:22. Who is the liar but he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? He is Antichrist that denieth the Father and the Son. John 4. And every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God, and that is the spirit of Antichrist, whereof ye have heard that it should come, and even now it is already in the world. And finally, 2 John 1, for many deceivers are entered into the world who confess not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh. This is a deceiver and an antichrist. So an important distinction is that Revelation does not actually use the word antichrist, right? It uses beast, false prophet, and dragon. Later, Christian theology common connects these figures and concepts, and that's a distinction worth explaining. I agree with that right there. So, you kind of look at like the Antichrist thing too, and this is just my opinion. Excuse me. These other entities, um, these other gods, right? They deny that Jesus is the Christ, right? So it's like it could be saying all of these other spirits, these spirits that are not, Christ, right? Like all of these pantheons, these deities, that these are actually antichrist spirits, the spirits that come before Christ, right? Um, Second Thessalonians, let no man deceive you by any means. For that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. Mm. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivedness of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they received not the love of truth that they might be saved. Right? So we have the beast, which, it deceives people and shows signs and wonders. It has a political, religious authority. It's empowered by the beast or Satan or the dragon, and it's destroyed at the return of Christ. Right? We have the Battle of Armageddon. I saw three unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils, working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world, to gather them to be battle, and of the great day and of the God Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. So, okay, so the frogs, right? These are like amphibious spirits. This, once again, I keep kind of like, I don't know why I'm thinking of this. I mean, I could be totally off base and totally wrong here, but it really does make me think of like Enki, right? And the spirit, because it's amphibious spirit, right? Think about like Ea, Lord of the Water, Enki, Lord of the Earth, right? Earth, water and land, this amphibious spirit. And then you look at Trump too with the frogs, right? The Kek frogs and all of that, right? This Egyptian Kek god and all of this, right? Like with the raising up of the MAGA movement, MAGA, right? Magus, magician, the red horse that takes peace from the earth, and how Trump has caused such great division with the red MAGA hats and all of this. You know, he speaks proud things. He presents himself right with the eyes of the lamb. So he looks like he's a good guy, but he talks like a bad guy, right? Like he's empowered by the beast. He takes the fatal wound to the head, right? We're going to get to Trump in a minute, but it's like, it's just really crazy. And it's like, you know, all of these battles, the Battle of Armageddon is brought on through all of this. Sorry, I'm getting the yawns here. For they are all spirits of devils. Okay, so I saw three unclean spirits like frogs come out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophet. For they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and of the whole world to gather them to the battle of the great day of God Almighty. Right? So these three spirits, you know, these spirits of the frogs actually gather up the kings and all this for this great day in battle. So they are what's influencing all of these political powers that brings on this battle of Megiddo or this battle of Armageddon, World War III, right? And some people will tell you that World War III has already started. I guess technically we could say that it has, but it hasn't went hot, right? We haven't seen like a World War III go, you know, they're not dropping bombs and all of this stuff yet. So I wouldn't go all the way there. You know, with the war with Iran and, you know, Israel and Syria, we're starting to see, you know, Syria, Ukraine, Russia, we're starting to see lots and lots of wars become more and more like on the world stage, and more nations are coming into the into the battle, right? It's getting closer to that, but it's not here yet, right? Not in my opinion. For they are the spirits of devils working miracles, which go forth unto the kings of the earth and the whole world to gather them to the battle of that great day of God Almighty. Behold, I come as a thief. Blessed is he that watcheth and keepeth his garments, lest he walk naked and they see his shame. He gathered them together into a place called in the Hebrew tongue, it's Megiddo or Armageddon. It's explicitly a gathering of kings of the world for a massive final conflict. In Zechariah 14, it's a war against Jerusalem, right? World War III in Israel, right? Zechariah 14, for I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses rifled, and the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city, right? And Israel is, you see us on the world stage now, Israel's dragging everybody into this final conflict. It's pushing for all of these wars. That's why it's so hated. Now you can see why Babylon falls, because it turns against Israel in the last days. And you can see why the United States is turning against Israel. It's dragging us into all of these wars that are bringing about the Battle of Armageddon. It's bringing about the beast system. They're the ones that have supported Donald Trump so much, right? Donald Trump more than likely being this man of sin, this son of perdition, this beast, Antichrist figure who is now put AI unleashed on us, right? AI being this beast system, right? Mark of the beast, right? And then these Abraham Accords and these peace treaties, which is a promise of peace and security before sudden destruction, which is bringing about this battle of Megiddo. So it's like all of it has come through Israel. So there's no wonder that Babylon turns against Israel in the last days. Look at what shit they've done, you know? For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle. Boom, right? Everybody hates Israel now, and for good reason. And the city shall be taken. The house is rifled and the woman ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut off from the city. Then shall the Lord go forth and fight against those nations as when he fought in the day of battle. right? This causes God to go against people when they turn against Israel. It's crazy. We have to think of this in different terms too. I just want to kind of, I like to spin things in a couple different directions. I'm not saying that anything I'm saying is the truth. This is all spec, right? Pure spec. These are my opinions. But, um, with that said, let's also look at Israel as not some Zionist, satanic political state. And let's look at it as God's actual chosen people. And in this case, it wouldn't be Jews, right? It would actually be Christians. It would be the followers of Christ. That would be Israel. Israel was replaced when the old covenant, the curse of the law, was fulfilled by Christ and the new covenant was instituted, right? The Israelites were the followers of Christ, right? Those are the Israelites now. They're not black Hebrew Israelites that are some racist retards, that are on the internet and have stupid, ridiculous doctrine that makes them sound idiotic and dumb and racist. They're not, Jewish people that don't even believe in Christ and believe he's burning and boiling shit for eternity. It would be the followers of Christ. And forgive me for my language, but I mean, I really don't care, right? Like, I'm a regular person. I talk how I talk. I'm trying not to cuss much these days. I'm trying to do better with that. I know it turns some people off, but man, I'm just passionate about some things. And I think it's just really disgusting how people use the Bible and they use God and they manipulate it. Um, it's just wild. Like the Black Hebrew Israelite movement, it's just a disgusting movement. It's extremely racist and gross. Um, Judaism, right? Like like not all of Judaism, but uh, it's like they had their Messiah came, right? And it's like you have Jesus who came and they denied him and killed him. And it's like they've tried to raise up all these rabbis and stuff since that don't even hold a candle, to Christ, right? And they believe that he's boiling and boiling, he's boiling in excrement for eternity now. Um, and then they talk about Judeo Christian values, and it's like the two do not go, there's no value there. They don't go hand in hand. They're actually diametrically opposed, you know? Uh, and then people say, oh, well, there's like this now, there's this movement now where people are like, oh, well, Christians are so much closer to Islam, right? Muslims, right? Those are our brothers. No, they're not either, right? They're not either. Because if you look at them as well, right, they talk about killing the infidel and all of this, and they throw gay people off of buildings, and it's like it's when they have to say it's a religion of peace, right? That lets you know there's nothing peaceful about it, right? It's not a religion of peace. If you're allowed to kill the infidel, I'm sorry, right? You're a satanic religion. And it says what we go by as for the guidelines of what is heretical and what is not. And it says, he who denies that Jesus is the Christ, not he who says that Jesus was a prophet and a good guy, right? Jesus is God, right? Zechariah 14 is, feet shall stand in the day upon the Mount of Olives, which is before Jerusalem on the east, right? The nations go to war in Jerusalem, right? We have the divine intervention of the Messiah. Jesus Christ comes back to the Mount of Olives. Jesus' own warning about wars, right? In Matthew 24. And think about it with Iran and all of this, like Israel, you see it all starting. The Abraham Accords, a promise of peace and security before sudden destruction. It's all here. We are at that time. We're at the door. No man knows the day or the hour, but we do know the season, you know? It's like that's why we don't fall asleep, right? I come like a thief in the night, right? Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. So that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines, pestilences, earthquakes in diverse places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Right. So, and I want you to kind of think of this too. That's where we would be. We're just now coming into the beginning of these sorrows, you know. We're seeing the hyperinflation, right? Taking place and the bursting of the super bubble and like this collapse of the petrodollar and all of this, right? Um, I've done many videos on this federal ICE agent that unalived himself on Pier 40, with a 40 cal in NYC back in 2016, who talked about this, impending collapse, right, of the economy, being terminally ill, and like this plan, right, to basically institute martial law and all of this. And it's like in that it would be done under the guise of illegal aliens, right? Let's see if we can actually pull this up. Oops. Mm-mm. Oops. Go to all. Right here. Um, let's see if it's got the note. Yep. This is the note right here. Right. And I think this is crazy. This has been censored to hell and back. I remember when this came out, I've covered this a hundred times, but ICE agent unalives himself in NYC, leaves a note revealing government's plans to round up and disarm Americans. Right? ICE agent unalives himself in NYC, suicide note revealing the government's plans to round up, disarm Americans. He committed suicide in New York City, left behind a suicide note that revealed plans for the federal government to round up, blah, 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 after a lengthy note. And then here's a note. We'll just get to the note. He was 42 years old. He used a 40 caliber on Pier 40. So there's heavy numerology and symbolism within that, occultic numbers within that. But anyways, and he was a federal agent as well. The America I grew up in and cherished has been murdered by its own federal government. Our Constitution has become meaningless and our laws politicized so badly they are no longer enforced except for political purposes. Our elected officials are, to a person, utterly corrupt and completely devoid of any love or respect for the country which pays them. To them, everything is about getting and keeping power and making illicit money from backroom deals. I was hired to enforce the laws to capture and deport people who come to this country against our laws. But now, if I dare to do that, I face being suspended or fired because our president refuses to faithfully execute the duties of his office. Instead, I come to work each day and collect a paycheck twice a month for intentionally doing little to nothing. I cannot and will not be party to this fraud, to this usurpation of the law, to this despicable politicians betraying our nation. If American people knew what the government is planning, they would rise up and overthrow it. If I or anyone else in the federal government revealed what is coming, we would be killed anyway. So now I will reveal what I know. We in federal law enforcement have been drilling for several years to control riots and uprisings from a coming financial collapse and widespread bank failures. The drill involves life size images of American men, even women and children, whom we are told to shoot for practice and to get used to it. We are told that the economy is terminally ill and will fail. We're also told that the banks are all insolvent and the FDIC doesn't have nearly enough funds to bail out depositors. We are told these events are unavoidable and it is imperative that the government survive when people rise up over this. When the collapse takes place, detention camps created under the FEMA Rex 84 program in the 1980s to house illegal aliens, whom we are going to deport, will instead be used to imprison American citizens whom the government feels constitute a threat. American citizens will be rounded up without warrants and imprisoned without trial for God knows how long. These camps have been equipped to carry out Hitler scale killings, an actual purge of American citizens by the very government which they themselves created and pay for. I cannot be party to this. The government knows the military will rise up to stop this, so our military is being deployed overseas, intentionally involved in foreign fights, and deliberately shrunk in size so they cannot be here or help Americans. This is why certain ammunition and weaponry has been removed from state level National Guard armories, and over 1 billion rounds of hollow point ammunition has been bought by federal governments. The states themselves have been disarmed of military grade firepower, so they cannot defend themselves from the federal activities. This is also why local police departments have been militarized and provided with armored vehicles and weapons of war. When the inevitable collapse begins to take place, electric power to the entire country will be shut off, as will all forms of communication. All banks will be immediately closed. No one will be able to get any money because all ATMs will be offline. Credit, debit, and EBT cards will not function. Anyone without cash will have no way to get any. The emergency alert system will be used to take over all broadcast stations and tell the public it's a result of a cyber attack. But while the American people patiently await things to get back to normal, the government will unleash roundups of citizens they deem militants or dangerous, with all civilian communications out and all TV and radio stations taken over by the emergency alert system. By the time word spreads of what is taking place, the government will already have the upper hand. Every federal prison has been outfitted with lethal gas systems when things go bad. All prisoners in all prisons will be placed in their cells on lockdown. Prison staff will depart the facility, and a certain designated person will trigger a lethal gas system. All federal prisoners, regardless of their crime or their sentence, will be gassed to death in their cells. Once the gas clears, the dead will be removed. The prisons will then be used to house citizens who fight against a federal onslaught. So intent is the government to succeed. They've recruited priests, rabbis, and clerics from various religions to quote appropriate scriptures about obeying government. They are being trained to tell people not to fight back, and their best hope is to pray. And then it literally goes on to tell you about, you know, we in federal law enforcement have also been told the government has a full database of so called preppers. Those people will be dealt with first by armed federal agents coming to take their guns and then their food stocks so food can be redistributed as the government sees fit. right? And this is through Executive Order 13603, which, if you guys know, right, like all commodities and projects that are capable of being ingested by humans or food or animals, all forms of energy, civil transportation, water, health resources, forced labor, et cetera, right? So I find this to be, very, very interesting, right, to say the least, because this was in 2016. This is when Trump first came into office. They said they would do this under the guise of fighting illegal aliens, right? Under the guise of fighting illegal aliens. And I mean, uh, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but that's exactly what they've done, right? They're like, oh, we need to deport all these illegals. And they have federal agents literally, dragging people into, vans showing no badges, no names, nothing, right? Like, it's actually pretty fucking crazy when you think about it. It's pretty crazy. But, not just that, we see the economy now. Like there's this massive, inflation that's taking place as well, right? They're sending us all overseas. We're getting in all of these wars against, on behalf of Israel, right? We're getting in all these wars on behalf of Israel. Um, and that's got all of our our agents, or I mean our military going overseas, so they can't be here to defend us. We've already seen them cut off the EBT last year in November. It's just like it looks as if they're preparing for all of this. You look at like COVID-19, and the whole world appears to be preparing for this, because it's not going to just affect the United States, right? It's our monetary system, right? And it's the petrodollar. It's the world monetary system, right? That's what people need to think of. Because it's the world monetary system, it's going to affect everyone, right? It's going to affect all of the countries, right? So that's just something to kind of consider, right? It looks as if all the things are falling into place, right? Mm-mm-mm. All right, so back to the Antichrist here. Little children, it's the last time as you heard the Antichrist shall come, and even now there are many Antichrists whereby we know it's the last time. Who is a liar be he that denieth that Jesus is the Christ? And remember, it even said that they were having, preachers and clerics and all this. Look at Trump and all of his, with all these charismatic religious leaders and all this. It's just, it's all aligned, guys. It's all aligned. That's all I'm saying. Every spirit that confesseth not that Jesus is the Christ that came in the flesh is not of God, and is the spirit of Antichrist. For many deceivers are entered into the world who confess not that Jesus Christ came in the flesh. This is a deceiver and an antichrist, the man of sin. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that the day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and that the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple, showing himself that he is God. And then shall the wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming. Even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders, and with all deceivableness and of unrighteousness in them that perish, because they receive not the love of truth that they might be saved. right? And kind of back to World War III, right? Jesus is warning about the wars. Okay, this is where we're at. The end is not yet, right? Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump. Could Donald Trump be the Antichrist, right? Because Scripture does provide characteristics, but doesn't name him, right? So we get possible parallels, right? Political power, right? Revelation's beast possesses extraordinary political authority. Look at the Trump MAGA movement, right? Isn't it funny how even all of these different, he was so opposed, right? This outsider, right? He was compared to King Cyrus, right? By the Jews, right? And Cyrus was, his face was put on a gold coin. When Trump came into office in 2016, what did he do? He made the Trump gold coin, right? They had the Trump gold coin that happened. Um, you know, he speaks proud things, right? He represents himself as like one of us, right? Like, he claims to be the outsider, right? He's the outsider that became the king of Babylon, right? Like Cyrus. And they were calling him, the second coming of Cyrus. They were calling him King Cyrus, right? Well, Cyrus was the outsider, became the king of Babylon, and Babylon fell in Cyrus's fourth year. Well, in Trump's fourth year, we had the transition integration project where they were literally planning a contested election. And in two of the three scenarios, Biden won these contested elections. And then we've seen 30,000 National Guard troops occupying our nation's capital as they gave power over to Biden. If that's not the nation be under military occupation, that is the name of something falling right there. That's a definition, in his fourth year. We see, the political authority, the MAGA movement, anybody that challenges him, right? He fires them. He goes against them. He turns against them. He's outed them. He's executive orders. It's absolute authority. He doesn't use Senate, Congress, none of that, right? It's absolute authority, right? Worldwide attention. All the world wondered after the beast, right? He could take the fatal wound to the head and he lives, right? All the work that caused him to win his second election. Not to mention the king who was, but was not, and was yet to come. He won an election and was, then was not when he lost, and yet to come. He won again, right? Religious controversy. The beast demands worship. I don't know another figure that demands, more worship. That's more, about himself, right, than Donald Trump, right? It's the Trump movement, right? Like instead of a conservative or Republican movement, it's the Trump movement, MAGA movement, right? Like this guy don't even care about his own base, right? Like what Epstein files, It's that he's that proud, he's that arrogant, he's that egotistical. He even said once that he could shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and his ratings would go up, right? National and international conflict. The beast is associated with war. I think it's fair to say, right? The promise of peace and security before sudden destruction. The Abraham Peace Accords. Now we have the Iran war, right? This international conflict, right? He's basically, he's been Israel's bitch, right? This guy is clearly compromised, right? He's clearly controlled opposition. I've been saying he's controlled opposition since 2015. Nobody wanted to fucking listen to me way back then. I bet you're listening now, though. I bet you're listening now, right? I told you all back in 2015 he was controlled opposition. That Stalin said the best way to control the opposition is to lead them, right? Then you create a figurehead, a character, right? So you have the conspiracy theorist under his character umbrella, the Christians, right? The conservatives, the Tea Party, right? All the libertarians, pro-gun, all these different parties, these groups, right? Underneath the Trump movement. And then when they assassinate the character of that person, It demoralizes all of the dissenters, and it destroys all of the groups that were under his umbrella. That's exactly what has happened. That's exactly what has happened. It's been demoralizing. Everybody, they've given up on the two-party system totally and completely. They've given up on politics. They've given up on their voice mattering. They've given up on all of it, right? And all of the different groups that were associated with him have went down in flames with him. Revelation 13, 5 and 6 describes the beast speaking great things and blasphemies. Yeah, I think there's nobody, bigger. He spake like a dragon, right? He speaks proud things, right? There's nobody with more proud speech in the world than Donald Trump. Economic control. Revelation 13:16 connects the beast to buying and selling. Well, of course, right? We have this. For one, you guys might remember Operation Warp Speed, the vaccine and all this came in under Donald Trump, right? Not Joe Biden. You guys may remember that, right? But outside of that, right? You know, we've seen him making what? How much has it said he's made off of Bitcoin and all the in these stocks? These deals with Saudi Arabia. He's hundreds of billions of dollars. Right, hundreds of billions of dollars, and he's tanking the fucking system. The system is now being inflated, gas all time highs, right? Because of these wars that he's created. None of these, and I have to say this, right? That none of these characteristics uniquely identify Trump. You could kind of apply these to other people as well, some of them. But yeah, I think they don't describe anybody better than they do him, right? Trump in 666, right? The text states, let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, right? To calculate the number. They're going to say that it includes Nero, but it says it's the number of a man, right? We know that 666 represents its 6 carbons, right? It's the anatomical number of man, right? So it's saying also that the beast is a man. The Antichrist is a man, right? Trump does fall under this. So, sorry for the AI notes here, but it's wrong, right? That's a number of a man. That's why AI is still not as good as humans. Um, Almost any prominent person's name can potentially be manipulated into numerical values resembling 666. Yeah, well, we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that because it's a number of a man, and we've already decided 6 carbon, 6, right? Like we know this, right? The exact language after expelling numerical system and historical precedent. Mm, yeah. I don't need gematria. I don't need gematria to calculate the name of this guy. That's what I'm saying. Like I believe that when it's saying he who hath understanding, let him calculate for the number for it's a number of a man. It's letting us know that it's a human being, right? Um, if we look at AI, right, the infrastructure to which a future beast system operates, right, like I said, the great big beautiful bill, which come in under Trump, right, which is restricting us from putting any prohibition or restriction on AI and its development over the next decade, right, and think about us, as we move forward into Agenda 2030, right. Mm-mm. Now, looking at the image of the beast with AI, Revelation says that the image of the beast, it gives life and breath to the beast, speaks proud words, exercises authority, demands worship, right? That this could actually be done through AI. This, whether this is someone who takes a fatal wound and is reanimated through some nanotechnology or recreated, right? Through a droid or an AI system, right? AI generated voice synthesis, uh, conversation AI, autonomous systems, personalized propaganda, facial recognition, synthetic video, right? I.e., deep fakes and all that, virtual agents, right? The final reception, and I saw the beast and the kings of the earth and their armies gathered together to make war against him that sat on the horse and against his army. And the beast was taken, and with him the false prophet that wrought miracles before him, with which he deceived them that had received the mark of the beast and them that worshipped his image. These both were cast alive into a lake of fire with burning brimstone. And then we have the return of Christ after this, right? And I saw in heaven open, and behold, a white horse, and he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns, and he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. He was clothed with the vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. This tells you exactly who he is. The vesture dipped in blood because he's a sacrifice. He's called the Word of God, right? And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen, white and clean. And out of his mouth goeth a sharp sword, that with it should smite the nations, and he shall rule them with a rod of iron. And he hath on his vesture and hath a thigh and on his thigh a name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And hold on, this is not where I want it here. I want to go down here, but I have more on the Trump stuff. I mean, we'll kind of look at this too, I guess, but it's basically asking the question, right? Of the image of AI and all of this. It's like, and it's like, to me, I think that AI, like I said a little bit earlier in the episode, is a conduit, right? It's a conduit for the beast, right? To be able to enter into the physical reality. I believe it was Tracy Twyman. I want to say, I don't know which book she was actually promoting at the time, but one of her last books actually. But she had did a basically like a Ouija board session with Cain and the Black Sun, right? Cain and the Black Sun, and then she talked to Baphomet as well, right? Which I'm not encouraging people, to participate in spiritism or channeling or Ouija boards or anything like that, right? I'm not encouraging anybody to do that, but Tracy Twyman did that, and she was definitely connected to, mystery schools and secret societies, and she unalived herself allegedly. And there's a lot of darkness and mystery surrounding that. She was outing a lot of PDFs at that time, so she was probably taken out, in my opinion. She probably wasn't well liked on the government's list of things as well. It might have even been the government that took her out. A lot of people don't really understand this, but uh, the reason, I think you got to be incredibly careful, when you're a content. I know this from firsthand experience, right? Like, Like when you're speaking things like, a lot of these people, they're uncovering like top secret stuff and classified stuff. And it's like, if you're spilling out state secrets into the public, that's a matter of national security, and the government can take your ass out, right? They don't need to charge you with anything. They don't, they can target you based specifically on that because you're spilling secrets, top secret information, sensitive information, classified information, whether you know it's classified or not either. You could just be guessing really good, and putting it out there, and that can make you an enemy of the state. And then they have the right, because you're an enemy of the state, you're spilling these classified secrets to kill your ass, you know and they'll usually start trying to target people first, psychological warfare by profiling them, gang stalking them, et cetera, et cetera. And if that don't work, right, they'll bankrupt them, ruin their credibility, ruin their name. If that don't work, right, then they'll eventually kill their ass or give them cancer with, directed energy or whatever. But a lot of these satanic groups and all of this, these a lot of these are CIA things, that are used to I think that are used to compromise people, to track down PDFs, to get people in compromising positions so they can utilize them as government assets or have dirt on them to take them down. When you're exposing that, you better be careful who you're exposing, because you expose the wrong person that they don't want to expose, and that'll be the end of you as well. A lot of this occult stuff also, it carries spiritual implications. These spiritual entities don't want everybody having access to this either. These mystery schools, these secret societies don't want people having access to this. For one, it's extremely, extremely, extremely dangerous, right? It's dangerous. It can't just be in the power. Most people, the reason they go through the process of initiation, right, and all these rituals, and they have to join, brotherhoods or fraternal orders, clubs, whatever, and go through these processes, is basically to elevate and earn, the spiritual rank in order to do certain things, right? It's the rite of passage to have certain knowledge. It's basically going through these processes of refinement and all of this that literally endows you, with the spiritual maturity to be able to use these practices, these occult practices. So if you're just giving that to everybody, you don't want everybody just having the ability to go around harming people with that or influencing others with that. It's dangerous. And if you look at this on a massive scale, right, you have governments and all of this that are opening massive portals, right? We have particle colliders and all of this. They appear to be, in contact with very, very powerful entities. And it's that they don't want just regular people able to fool with that, to interfere with that, or to have that power for themselves. Yeah. So I mean, you got like multiple aspects of like the world of why they would like want to take somebody. Even these spiritual entities are not going to want to let you live if you're not in alignment with what they want. Once you serve their purpose, they usually sacrifice you anyways. Right. Says the mark isn't just a chip. You know, the beast mark is associated with the identity as a mark, location on the right hand or the forehead. Um, We've seen chips now where people can use their hands to clock into work and buy things and all that. It's like basically like a tap function, but within your hand, right? And in the forehead, this is like putting things in your mind. This is like neural lace, neural implants, all of that, right? The economics, buy or sell. This is, these blockchains, these crypto systems, these digital systems that we're now seeing. This is where things are going. Once we have an economic collapse, you can guarantee we're going to go to some cryptocurrency. They say that inflation, right? If you have a fiat system based on a cryptocurrency system, that there's way more zeros that they can add to that, and that it can be inflated, with the fiat way more in a blockchain, and that people, they can have an inherent value in their being, by their data and all of that, right? The authority is the name of the beast, right? This is, this spiritual authority, just like we see the nations and the governments using spiritual authority to create the laws, the monetary systems, to basically, you're being born into bondage under the spiritual authority of the nations today, right? Now these corporations, which are tech, it's all technology, it's AI, right? The tech bros, right? These corporations are seeing the power transfer to corporation, right? It's a corpus, it's a body, right? Orate, which means to speak. So it's a speaking body, right? It's a body that speaks. Um, these large bodies, these corporations, right, which are animated, they have spirits behind them as well. It's giving authority, to um, through this technology that allows people to buy or sell or participate. So instead of the financial system we're in now, we're going to see it transfer into another one. It's just through technology. The number through the number of a man, right? Through the physical body. The danger isn't necessarily AI becomes Satan. It's what happens when AI becomes the enforcement layer of a global ideological system, right? Or when it becomes the enforcement layer of the entity of Satan, right? They're able to control literally, right? Who you are, what you believe, right? Through psychological warfare, information warfare, right? Cognitive warfare, where you are, right? By not, autonomous vehicles, all of this, not allowing people to have, to drive cars anymore, having driverless cars, what you buy, with these digital currencies, digital systems, social credit scoring systems, what you say through censorship. We're already seeing these things take place, whether or not you're allowed to participate in the system and whether you are trusted. Mhm. Revelations 13 and the false prophet, and he exercised all the power of the first beast before him and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast whose deadly wound was healed. And I like this too, is basically like comparing the false prophet to a propaganda or deception apparatus that's opposite, it's operating alongside of political power, right? Basically, we see that deception, is the common thread, right? Daniel, the fourth beast, shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, right, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and shall tread it down and break it into pieces. The 10 horns of this kingdom and 10 kings shall arise, right? We could look at the nations of the EU, the 10 horns and 10 kings. Or is this some sort of political alliance? Is this NATO? Is this BRICS? What is this, right? I stood upon the sand of the sea and saw a beast rising up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, right? It's the 7 heads, the 7 pantheons of the gods. So it's got these fallen angel spirits behind it, and the 10 horns representing nations of the world, right? that are used, that these gods are operating through the nations of the world. We know that the beast is global. There is given to him authority over every kindred, tongue, and nation, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him. That's why the beast isn't simply America, Europe, China, Russia, or Israel, right? It describes something that's a global authority, right? And that's why World War III is a big part of this, because war can destabilize nations, crisis can centralize authority, and fear can make populations accept extraordinary measures. And historically, major wars have repeatedly accelerated technological and government changes. So, could a catastrophic global conflict create conditions for a centralized system promising peace and security? Right. And think about the peace and security we've seen in the AI 2027 document that we read at the beginning. That's exactly what it predicted, was like this AI war and like the weaponry and stuff getting so out of hand, that AI, or the United States and China, as they're on the cusp of destroying each other and destroying everything, they decide to come together, right, with the AI. So it's through war, and we've seen this take place too, right? The League of Nations, United Nations, right? The Allies, the Axis, all of this, right? There always is this like coming together, of these alignments of nations through war, right? Thessalonians, this is the peace angle, right? For when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction shall come upon them as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape, right? Now, this is, looking at that, right? The promise of peace and security before sudden destruction, the Abraham peace accords, right? The Middle East peace deal. Which, wasn't it funny that the Palestinians weren't even invited to the whole peace thing? It's crazy, right? We've seen literally, the eradication of a people, the genocide of a people. Revelation 13, it was given unto him to make war with the saints and to overcome them. There was given to him authority over every kindred, tongue, and nation, and all that dwell upon the earth shall worship him. So, could an American president become the center of a global political order? I think they are. I think the United States, right, if we look at the modern day Babylonian system, right, we look at the modern day Babylonian system, right? It talks about who modern day Babylon would be. Okay. Talks about who modern day Babylon would be, and that, no, you don't want to do that. Who modern day Babylon would be, and that, Babylon basically, they have certain, uh, they import and export certain goods and services, and that the only nation that fits all of that, is the United States. Expanding capabilities to combat transnational cyber enabled crime, right? Through the White House. President Trump delivered remarks. Da-da-da. Trump is no longer merely a businessman or a television personality. He's currently serving as president and exercising executive power on issues ranging from national security to foreign affairs. Revelation requires a level of global authority Trump has not demonstrated. Now, to me, I think he has demonstrated that. That's just my opinion. I see Trump influencing, the world economy. I see Trump influencing the world geopolitically. I see the world has radically transformed since Donald Trump's presidency. So I would disagree, with the AI on this one. Just in my opinion, I've never seen more. And we've seen like this rallying around, like from the religious perspective. It was like the Christians, right? It was like they all tried to paint it as this battle of good versus evil. There was extreme political authority. He completely took over an entire party, right? The conservative and Republican party became the Trump and MAGA party, right? We see the occultic connections like MAGA, Magus, right? Magician, right? Even the famous spirit cooking Satanist, Marina Abramovich, said that Trump needed to become the president because he's a great Magus, right? And that he would shake the world awake, right? Because he's a great magician. um, which is wild to even to hear her say that. So he had the political authority, right? We've seen him go from the first round where he was the outsider who became the king to now he of Babylon, right? Babylon fell in the fourth year, meaning he was compromised during the transition into the Biden years, where the 30,000 National Guard troops occupy it. We've seen the 70 years of Israel take place, right? In Daniel's prophecy, the 70, right? So we've seen the King Cyrus comparisons, the gold coin, um, Babylon falling in the fourth year. I could go on and on. You've seen the Abraham Accord, the peace and security, right? The peace deal, Middle East peace deal, uh, Iran and Israel, right? The Battle of Megiddo, it's all taking place, right? And it's dragging in international powers now. All of the countries are getting drug into these wars that he's been starting and conflicts that he's been escalating. Okay. The AI stuff, the big, beautiful bill taking off the restrictions. That way we could, there's nothing stopping AI from advancing. You could go on, right? This massive inflation. The federal agents, I showed you all of the economic collapse stuff and how they would do it under the guise of the illegal aliens and all of these different things. And we see all of it taking place. The wounded head and living, him taking the shot to the head and living, right? Probably the most provocative Trump connection. And I saw one of his heads as if it were wounded to death. And his deadly wound was healed, and all the world wondered after the beast. Trump survived July 2024 assassination attempt after being struck in the ear by a bullet. This incident immediately generated comparisons with Revelation 13. And that's not to mention all the religious leaders, all of that, right? Which he's turned against them, right? Trump's evangelical base believes God spared him from assassin's bullet for a purpose. Many evangelical Christians who already had declared Trump to be God's anointed choice for president. You guys remember this shit, right? See his near assassination last Saturday as a further sign of God's favor and protection. And other Christians who oppose Trump see his near miss as biblical signs of the Antichrist, as described in Revelations. On both Facebook and X, some Trump critics quoted Revelation 13:3, which says the beast understood to be the Antichrist heals from a head wound and is idolized worldwide. But the most frequent spiritual references came from Trump's evangelical supporters, including evangelist Franklin Graham, who is scheduled to pray at the Republican National Convention Thursday night. He told the Washington Post Trump came very close to having his brain spread over the platform, but God, I believe, protected him. Another Trump's most consistent evangelical admirers is Robert Jeffress. Jeffress, pastor of First Baptist Church of Dallas. He began his sermon on Sunday morning, July 14th, with thanks to God for sparing Trump. What happened in Pennsylvania is, first of all, a demonstration of the reality of evil in this world, he said. Evil is very real. It's very present around us. And by the way, evil is nonpartisan. Evil is everywhere. Isn't it so funny when you look at stuff like hindsight being 2020? Like this guy saying this crap, like this was a demonstration of evil. What he meant in the time was like the person trying to assassinate him was evil, but when we look back at it now, we look at it as Trump. That's like the evidence of Trump being evil, you know. But I think what had happened in Pennsylvania is a demonstration of the power of the Almighty God. What happened was inexplicable apart from God. President Trump, a friend of our church, said the only God alone can be credited with what happened. How about that? Only God alone can be credited with what happened. We have a friend, a doctor who watches Pathway to Victory in another state that wrote me and said, by my calculation, from what I can see, a millimeter's difference in the trajectory of that bullet would have ended up in a fatality. It was that close. God did that. You know, and remember the guy that got killed actually was like in connection with that factory that did the explosives and all of that, and like the connections to Israel and the pagers, right? Like that's the one who was actually assassinated that day. I think about what happened way back in March of 1981. Remember when President Ronald Reagan was shot a few days later? He voiced a belief that God spared his life for a purpose. And for President Reagan, the purpose was to defeat the godless Soviet Union. I believe God spared Donald Trump's life for a purpose. I don't care whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. That's not what we're talking about here. I think Donald Trump has a purpose. My own feeling, God spared him for the purpose of calling our nation back to Judeo-Christian foundation. And this was that Judeo-Christian bullshit, right? You know, I hate to tell you, but Judeo-Christian is not. They're diametrically opposed. They think Jesus is burning and boiling excrement. So there's that. Jeffress said God cares about U.S. presidential elections, citing Daniel chapter 2. God establishes kings and he removes kings. Some people don't believe God has anything to do with elections and with politics and with government. Make no mistake, God has everything to do with government. God cares about what happens in governments around the world. Even though Trump shows no outward signs of living a life of Christian faith and has a long record of business practices most Christians would declare unethical. Jeffress previously has said he's not voting for a Sunday school teacher in chief, but for someone who will do the bidding of conservative evangelicals like him. Evangelicals like Jeffress are the most reliable part of Trump's political base. So perhaps it wasn't surprising that Trump appealed to them in the first public comments after the assassination attempt. It was God alone who prevented the unthinkable from happening. We will fear not, but instead remain resilient in our faith and defiant in the face of wickedness. Yeah, well, let's see another one here. I've seen enough. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. I've seen enough. Donald Trump is the Antichrist. It's time to admit the Christians were right all along. Mm. All right. So I spent most of my early 20s whining about how God doesn't exist. The faith I held was crumbling and being replaced in my mind by a huge just positive angst. I made whole albums bemoaning the newly empty sky, the sudden void where heaven, hope, and meaning used to be. Wah, wah, wah. I moaned, you only get one call, but there's no telephone. It's been 15 years since then. I'm pleased to admit, in light of recent events, I may have overreacted. The Bible I once nitpicked over its stances on shellfish and whether it's okay to have kids eaten by bears if they hassle you for being bald is making a huge comeback. It may not be perfect on the issue of killing every firstborn son in Egypt, but it's hard to get mad when its ancient texts are laying out our current situation with an accuracy so eerie it would make Nostradamus sharp and jealousy. I'm talking, of course, about how Donald Trump is clearly, irrefutably, the Antichrist as described in the prophetic biblical books of Daniel and Revelation. The Antichrist, for those not familiar, is the person who, according to biblical prophecy, will set themselves up as a false Messiah ahead of the second coming of Jesus. And remember, like the images, the AI images of Trump just dressed up like Jesus, too? Like just crazy shit. Christians have been anticipating the guy for decades. Whole industries have sprung up around scaring people into prepping for his arrival. Timothy LaHaye's fictional Left Behind series was distributed to every evangelical home in the 2000s as an instruction manual on what to expect in the next 2 to 5 business days. Right now, we're massacring Palestinian children in part because evangelicals believe war in Israel is part of the full end times extravaganza laid out in Revelation. They've even dissected biblical text into the equidistant letters in an effort to find more Antichrist factoids. Despite that, Christians have somehow missed their big bad actually arriving on a golden chariot of fulfilled prophecy. Start with the most famous, Revelations 13. Describes people having to take the mark of the beast upon their forehead to display allegiance to the Antichrist. The verse goes on to say people won't be able to buy or sell goods if they're not emblazoned with the mark of the beast. Coincidentally, Elon Musk owns an app he hopes will supplant the banking system and is currently taking control of the federal government's payment systems. That's not even the only fulfilled prophecy from this chapter of the Bible. Revelation 13:3 says the beast will be wounded, one of its heads as if to death, and healed. Many Christians have interpreted as offering the meaning modern day Antichrist will be shot in the head and recover. Prophecies that after the shooting, the beast followers will ask, "Who is like unto the beast?" They will worship his power, so no one will be able to make war with him. And it's just literally showing, like, Trump is so revered. People love Trump, the man, the badass who never backs down. Trump is not a politician, he's a warrior. Trump yelling, "Fight, fight," after getting grazed by a bullet. The evidence is overwhelming. Daniel paints a vivid portrait of the Antichrist, saying he will be a man with a big mouth who exalts himself above all others. The leader will serve no gods beyond his own ego. He'll promote only his admirers, dividing the kingdom between them. In other news, Donald Trump, a self-promoting billionaire who shows no signs of having spiritual practice, is going to Elon Musk. Yeah. So, I mean, like, literally, he does fit the shit. I mean, really, he does. Like, better than anybody we've seen up until this point. All the world wondered, right? Trump's enormous global media presence. I mean, you could see, like, at one point in time, Trump was he was on the cover of every magazine. He was every headline. I mean, you know, and it says global fame isn't equivalent to global worship. I would disagree with that. He's one of the most polarizing, controversial, right, figures ever. Trump is one of the most globally recognizable political figures alive. His election speeches, controversies, court cases, assassination attempts, and policies receive international attention. The beast speaking great things. And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies, and power was given unto him to continue 42 months. Right? Trump's rhetoric. There's already commentary explicitly comparing Trump's boastful political rhetoric to Revelation 13's great things language. The book of Revelations describes a beast unlike any other, rising from the sea with 10 horns, 7 heads, and the power of a dragon. Oh, shit. And think about this. He comes from the sea, right? Like our nation, like Babylon, surrounded by the 3 bodies of water, all of this. It's very crazy, dude, when you really think about it. So, um, commands global influence, speaks blasphemies, wages war against God's people throughout history. I don't know why I can't get this damn thing. Try this again, guys. Throughout history, people have compared figures like Nero, Napoleon, and even modern politicians to his apocalyptic figure. Recently, some have drawn parallels between the beast and President Donald Trump. But do these comparisons truly hold up? While Trump has been polarizing leader with immense influence, they provide multiple descriptions. The most detailed, the beast rises from the sea, possessing 10 horns, 7 heads, and Satan empowers it. It possesses characteristics of a leopard, a bear, and a lion, symbolizing a blend of different powerful entities. The beast demands worship, speaks blasphemies, and wages war against the saints. The beast is associated with the harlot, representing a corrupt world system, and is ultimately meets in destruction in the hands of Christ in Revelations. Number 1, charismatic influence. The beast commands worldwide awe and allegiance. As a charismatic leader with a devoted following, Trump rallies his strong political base, and the messianic devotion of some supporters have led critics to compare him to a figure demanding allegiance. Authoritarian tendencies. The beast wields unchecked power, enforcing its will globally. Some see Trump as seeking excessive power, pointing to his attacks on the media, claims of rigged elections, and efforts to challenge democratic norms as authoritarian. Boastful, blasphemous speech states that the beast great things and blasphemies. Commentators have cited Trump's unfiltered, often controversial remarks, including claims that only he could fix America's problem, or his statement that he's the chosen one in trade, as examples of this kind of boastful rhetoric. Economic influence. He speaks of an economic system tied to the beast where no one can buy or sell without its mark. Some have linked this to Trump's influence over global markets, trade deals, economic policies, etc. Worship of God. The beast demands worship as a deity. Trump has never claimed divinity or required religious worship. Trump has not required religious worship nor claimed divine status in a way that aligns with Revelation's prophecy. While some supporters admire him deeply, this is far from the forced universal worship described in Revelation. Right, but he does demand total loyalty though. So Satan directly empowers the beast and performs the beast supernatural wonders. While Trump is a controversial figure, there's no evidence of supernatural power, global rule. All right, so it's saying that these are the things that wasn't on his side, right? He's not got the supernatural powers, etc., etc. Does Trump's extraordinary self presentation resemble the biblical beast's boastful mouth, right? The "I alone can fix it" angle, Trump's famous "I alone can fix it" rhetoric. Who is like unto the beast? Who is able to make war with him? They worshiped the dragon, which gave power unto the beast, and they worshiped the beast, saying, "Who was like unto the beast, who was able to make war with him?" The biblical language depicts a leader surrounded by an almost messianic aura of power, uniqueness, and invincibility. At what point does political loyalty become something resembling religious devotion? And I think, honestly, that we've already kind of seen that his political loyalty has kind of, there. If you're still following him at this point, I feel sorry for you. I do. You're probably a boomer, right? You're probably a really old person, for one. That's one. The only people left following Trump now are boomers. Um, and it's like you're probably just brainwashed at this point. Like if you're still with it, it's like it's. Remember, you guys remember like all the Q shards, right? Like those are the type of people that are still on the Trump train, right? It's like Q tards, right? The people that still are trusting the plan 12 years later, saying that arrests are coming and all of this. It's like, he's playing 5D chess. Arrests are coming. Trust the plan, right? QAnon said Donald Trump is going to take down the deep state, all the PDFs, right? He's getting in loyalists into the White House, and he's taking down the deep state. He's draining the swamp. Well, he's become the swamp. You know, the only loyalists that's been taken down are the people that actually helped get him into office, that were decent people. Everybody that was decent, anybody that anyone was excited about, has resigned, stepped down, been fired, right? Been shit canned or ousted by him. Um, it's absolute loyalty or nothing with him. He's so two-faced, he turns on people, the moment they question him. It's just wild to see this. It's like, and people still buy into his BS, right? What files, right? The Epstein files. We're still talking about the Epstein files? Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. And we're also talking about Charlie Kirk, you know, because there's something up with that there too. He didn't want the war with Iran, and it looks like as if Israel probably had a part in taking him out. So the 42-month clue, 40 and 2 months, 3.5 years. Daniel repeatedly gives the strongest prophecy test, right? Daniel repeatedly gives periods: time, half a time, 1,260 days, 42 months. If Trump is the beast, where does the 42 month reign fit, right? So this would be the final 3.5 years, right? So, in my opinion, that would be this back half. We had the mark of the beast, all this, like the 42 months, the COVID stuff, right? It started 42 months, all of this, right? Like they instituted the vaccine, right? Like, so I think that this would be the back half. This would be the final 3.5 years, right? We would see that there would be some sort of war or collapse or, you know, uh, institution of the mark of the beast, right? Bringing that in. Calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in the right hand in your foreheads that no man may buy or sell. He hath the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name, right? Could Trump administration or future Trump-led international system eventually create or participate a system capable of controlling economic participation, right? Digital identity, financial surveillance, sanctions, biometric identification, centralized payment systems, and economic exclusions, and finally, World War III, right? Who was able to make war with him? And it was given unto him to make war with the saints. Remember the red horse, right? That MAGA red, right? Who takes peace from the earth, causing men and women to kill each other, right? He gathered them together in a place called in the Hebrew tongue Megiddo or Armageddon. For I shall gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, right? So we see with Israel, Iran, it's against Jerusalem to battle, right? Could Trump become the central political figure during a Middle Eastern war that ultimately develops into the biblical Armageddon scenario, right? Trump's position in global politics puts him in a historically unusual position to potentially participate in events that resemble the prophetic framework. The peace deal, right? Trump's foreign policy. He had the Middle Eastern peace deal. I mean, you look at all of it, right? All of it. The possibilities Trump is the beast. Trump fulfills Revelations 13 literally, or Trump is a precursor to the beast, right? He isn't the final beast, but his political movement demonstrates characteristics of the coming system. And you can see where we can see the mark of the beast in one or two ways, right? Where as this Iran war escalates, right, all of this like inflation, it eventually causes this like financial collapse, right? And a new financial system needs to be implemented, and that could be where you get this, mark of the beast in order to participate in the new financial system, right? Or this end up become, this, and it could be like a one world currency, right? Um, and World War III, right? The war could be so horrific that it creates a one world government, et cetera, et cetera. We see many possibilities, right? So looking at the Trump case, right? Beast has enormous authority. Trump's U.S. president, worldwide attention. Trump's globally prominent. He boasts of great things, right? We know that's him. Wounded head, right? He got the assassination attempt, recovery from the wound. He survived it. Um, the world wonders after the beast, especially after that attempt, right? Uh, Political military authority. He's the commander in chief. Excuse me. War, geopolitical position, right? The Iran war, Israel, economic control. I believe it is fulfilled. I believe like he controls the world monetary system because the petrodollar, right, is the global currency. So that's just definitely not true. Worldwide worship, yes, he's a polarizing figure. People either hate him or love him. 42-month reign. That's 3.5 years. The mark of the beast yet to come, right? And then 666, it's the number of a man, right? So that also as well. And the final persecution, right? Going against those that go against him. I feel like that's there. But basically the evidence is not complete, right? We don't know one way or another, if he's him, or not, right? Just yet. So, um, but I mean, I'm gonna let's look at the comments here. You guys care if I look at the comments here? I'm gonna read the comments. Let's stop sharing for a second. We're actually gonna do a little chatting for a moment. If you guys want to chat here, um, fuck the system. I can agree with you. The AI still have not downloaded any of it because I am afraid of it. Ooh, you're afraid of the AI? I mean, I wouldn't be afraid of the AI, dude. I agree with you about CERN. Thank you. Thank you. Aramon has incarnated into the technology. That's a really good uh, if you guys are familiar, we should cover Aramon. I don't know if I've ever covered Aramon on this channel. Now that you mention it, Paula, good to see you too, Future Fields. AI about to read brain frequencies over on Twitch. They can track wireless frequencies and do 3D mapping. Can't fight AI. They only plan to replace us with it. Trillions already invested in big. Yeah, man. Hey, it is creepy. It is creepy. I love this too, guys. I mean, I appreciate all of you guys for taking the time to comment. And so that's why I'm trying to read the comments here. Um, I think we're to a point right now to where uh we're to a point right now to where we can honestly say that, the world is at a wild, wild place, right? Like this beast system is clearly a demonic system. I think yesterday's episode is a really good precursor to today's, because it shows how, these entities have shifted forms. They've shifted forms multiple times. I mean, they literally have. Um, they have they've taken on, through all of these different ages and epochs, they've taken on different forms. And then this transhumanism AI beast system is just like it's the new version. It's the new way that they're able to infect our reality. It truly is. And we see all the prophecies being fulfilled. We got Israel, Iran, World War III. We've got, Trump and the Antichrist, the AI beast system. I mean, it's all here. It's all here. The United States, Babylon, they're on the cusp of collapse. And you can remember, it says in the Bible, who is like Babylon, right? Like, people don't think that it can fall. They don't. It's too rich. It's too powerful. It's too strong. Um, I do want to ask, everybody watching, right? You guys all watching. Uh, if you're enjoying the content, I want you to go, please, 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 right? And if you guys want to, I'll give you a chance if you want to ask any questions, or you guys want to bring up anything, have any show topics, anything, right? You can put it in the chat or the comments, right? Anything like that. But please, I want you to follow me, Facebook, Instagram at Best Damn Podcast. You can also follow me on my namesake, John Keane, on Facebook as well. Then over on Twitch at the Best Damn Podcast, uh, X at the Real Best Damn, YouTube, Best Damn Podcast, and Best Damn Podcast Official. Best Damn Podcast on Rumble. Rumble is like the new main platform I'm trying to go from. I'm really trying to get a following there. So everybody, wherever you're at, please follow me on Rumble, even if you don't want to watch me there. I mean, but I would prefer that. If you want to get access to our uncensored, private, and exclusive content, it's patreon.com, Best Damn Podcast Official. If you enjoy the content and you want to support my work, support the channel, we are viewer powered. It does help me greatly. So financial support is appreciated. You can tip or donate by going to paypal.me/the Best Damn Podcast, or Cash App Best Damn Podcast. All of the links are in the description. Like I said, please subscribe, follow, like, share, comment on all the videos. I've posted new videos. I'm going to be going live basically every night. So you guys check back here. I think we're going to start doing the lives at around 9 p.m. Eastern time. I'm going to try to make them a little bit earlier. That way we can, I feel like doing a little bit earlier will definitely it'll help, because it's going to allow people to it's so crazy. Are we not streaming on Facebook? Are we not streaming on Facebook? Anyways, are we not streaming on Facebook? It's so weird. Okay, it looks like we are. It looks like we're streaming on Facebook. I'm looking at the chat here. I know my camera probably just swapped to the vertical, but let's look at the comments here. Yeah, but I mean, like, literally, I put out episodes every night. So 9 p.m. Eastern time is where I'm going to be going live every night. If you guys want to join me, you can join me on all those platforms. Like I said, the links are in the description. Tomorrow night, I think I've still got to do part 2 on debunking the Christ consciousness stuff. I don't know if you guys seen that episode. I'm sorry. Like, I know a lot of people are down with that and they think the Christ consciousness is legit, but I just think it's a fucking deception, in my opinion. I just think it's a deception. I really do. Um, I think it, all that Gnostic shit, it really just leads you to it can lead you into a lot of dark stuff, like the witchcraft, all of that. Like, I got mixed up in all that occult stuff through that vein. Like, that's how it happened. It's not like it happened overnight for me. It was like it took a little bit of time, but, I really did. I got into that stuff bit by bit, piece by piece, right? Just by going a little bit darker and deeper, over time, and it's like, I feel like if you're just out of alignment a little bit, right, just a little bit, you know uh yeah, don't take much, to be if you're off just by a few degrees, right, like, you're not gonna hit your mark, right, your trajectory is totally off. um And then we're going to do a part two to the one we did last night as well. The gods are fallen. I've still got to go through the gods of Egypt, right? The Norse gods, all of that. That's some of my favorite type of stuff right there. So I hope you guys are into that as well. You guys enjoy that. We are going to be doing. It's called. I don't know what the title is going to be yet. I don't really like the title that I had prepared, so that's why I was going to do it tonight, but I didn't. But basically, we're going to be talking about sex magic, right? Sex magic. We're going to be talking about like different types of entities, succubus, incubus, all these different types of entities, and oh man, I'm telling you, I've done some research on this too. It's just amazing how some of these entities, it means like to go before or to go after, like, and how demons follow you and attach to you. Wait till you guys see this. That's probably what you're going to get tomorrow night. So we're probably going to hit that tomorrow night. So join me 9 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. Donate, support, help me out by donating. Follow me, subscribe, share. That also helps me out. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Remember, Jesus is the truth, the way, and the life. God bless you guys. I love you. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time. Peace.